I could have been stopped doing this shit. Only reason I do this shit cause the real niggas asked me to. A fake nigga couldn't relate to me. Top gunners, check me out. Only us, check me out. Strap her with a kilo, check me out. Put her on the bus, check me out. Stand up nigga, check me out. Always 100, check me out. You can bring the work back, check me out. If you don't want it, check me out. See mama love me, that's my baby, but papa left me. Yeah, he left me. I put a bitch on timeout if she upset me. That's a fact. Fuck with me, you won't regret me. Still on the mind of every hoe trying to forget me. I get them things across the border. Your man on trial, but you won't go get him a lawyer. You poppin' bottles, you getting fly, but you don't send commissary to niggas that's inside. See, we don't coincide, we don't live by the same rules. And we done got hungry, these lanes became full. Real niggas in my corner, you know that I can't lose. And I can't go to jail for a body they can't prove. Got niggas in the fence, they never coming home. Can't never see they daughter, only talking through a phone. And you know we screaming free you forever. Treat your kids like they mine. Wait your turn, real nigga. You get rich in due time. I feel like Nino when he first opened the Carter. Check me out. I feel like Tony when him and Sosa became partners. Check me out. Bring me out crab legs and grilled shrimp for starters. Filet me young for my main meal. I'm a mobster. Ruger rap. Top gunner, check me out. Only us, check me out. Strap her with a kilo, check me out. Put her on the bus, check me out. Stand up nigga, check me out. Always 100, check me out. You can bring the work back, check me out. If you don't want it, check me out.
Happy Monday, everybody. I believe it's gonna be my final installment from, what I've gathered. I got a lot of things that I, want to go further in it. I was gonna do, and I still might do it, an episode concerning the situation strictly dealing with his parents, and how detrimental they was to his upbringing, to the case, etc. I haven't made that decision yet. But I think today gonna be my final installment. We're gonna be here for a while. And yeah, got a great show. Let's get into it. But before I start today's show, please give me like, comment, and subscriptions. That's free for life. Before I get into today's show, I want to address something. Yep, your boy want to address something. You heard me? I want to address how I feel about black people, whether it's do I like them, what my gripe is with them. And I say that because you get a lot of people in your comment section, right? I post on Twitter, I post on YouTube, I post on Facebook, I post on Instagram, and you get a lot of comments from people who are very intellectually disabled. You get all kind of comments, right? And my thing is this. First and foremost, what you have to understand is this. If you don't like somebody's content, now it's different if you're going on to like a news page, a Fox News page, or somewhere like that. That's a public page for everybody to leave a comment. But if it's it's a person's page that you just don't like what they saying, the disrespect in the comments is really irrelevant, because I know for me, for the people who do what I do, for the people who speak on whatever level, whatever they talk about, even if it's somebody who on the left or who speaking nonsense, whatever the situation may be, in most cases, you come in the comments, it's not going to change the way they think, not going to change what they're saying, especially if you come in with disrespect, right? And so another thing that kind of bothers me, and not bothers me, but bothers me, is a lot of time for you dudes that are coming in the comment section, which is embarrassing, and call people names like we in high school, you a coon, you this, you that. Like, I mean, you wouldn't say that to me in my face, not because I would do nothing, not because you're not a gangster, but I mean, is that smart to go up to somebody and verbally assault them all because you disagree with their saying? Is that smart? Is that strategic? Is that masculine? No, no, and no. If somebody say something that I don't like, and I'm in that, I mean, I'm not gonna, if they somebody who in my personal space, I'm gonna leave. Or if it's a friend or somebody who I care about and love, I'll look over it, or whatever. But I'm not gonna verbally assault them from a stance that they have with substance to it. But again, you wouldn't do that to somebody in person, so why do it to them via internet? It just makes you look feminine. But I want to address this, and I address this probably like every 10 or 15 videos that I post on my YouTube about how do I feel about Black people and why. What is my stance? What am I trying? Where am I going with this? Right? I tell everybody for the most part of my video that this is a solutions-based, solutions-oriented channel. This is a pro-truth channel. This is a pro-Christ channel. So we have to understand, in any situation in our life that's we having a problem in that part of our life, whatever it is, doesn't matter. What we first have to do is this. Even I'm gonna use for example, just use this for example. Say for instance, we have relationship issues. And every relationship, by the time we 30 years old, have went bad, right? What we have to do is, maybe we are getting bad luck. Maybe we are getting bad luck from the people that we're dealing with. If maybe it is, which is most of the time this is not the case, but maybe it is the other person, right? But now you still have to self-reflect and say, okay, listen, I'm 30 years on this earth. I have all of these failed relationships. What is the issue? Is I'm an issue, or is the people that I'm dating an issue? And if it's me, maybe I need to take a step back from relationships and fix me before I move forward and put myself back on the market. If it's the people, what is it in me that keeps drawing these people? So these are the things you have to ask yourself. Like, you'll have women, and I'm not being I'm not trying to defame women, because I know what I learned about women is, especially Black women, no disrespect to my Black women, is they take any type of, if you're not telling them Black girl man anything outside of that, they take it very rough. But again, this is not what this channel about. And that's why I'm using this to segue into Black people. I just use this as an example. If you are a woman, right? And I'm not gonna say a man, because maybe you just didn't want to get married, right? You should be, I mean, and I will have questions to that as well, but it's different for the man because he's the one who does the proposing. But if you're a woman and you have reached the age of 40, especially if you have children, and yet no man has ever proposed to you, no man has ever said to you, you are the most beautiful, amazing woman in my life. I love you so much that I'm willing to give you my last name. In 40 years, it's not the men, sweetheart. And I'm not trying to make this video about no relationship, because that's things I get into on this channel. I have videos speaking on that. I'll get into that down the line, but that's not what this video about. Like I said, I'm just using this as an example on me and why I speak on the Black community. So at 40 years old, and again, you have to ask yourself this. This is a question you have, is a hard, and these things can be rough sometimes. Looking ourselves in the mirror can be very rough. It can be rough. It can be tough. Okay. And remember, you should be a healthy person, being a woman. You should be healthy, in shape for yourself. But it's not because you're fat. It's not because you're skinny. These things doesn't matter. It's people who fat, not being disrespectful, but it's people who are fat, ugly that's married. It's people who are skinny and ugly that's married. It's people who are skinny and pretty that's married. It's women who fat and pretty. So it's not your weight that's keeping you from not being married. It's an internal issue that you have to fix, right? before you get yourself back in the dating market, because again, if not, you're going to go through the same thing. And that's the thing that I have with the Black community. And this is why, in 2018, when I begin to come into knowledge and, I begin to come to God and I begin to get filled with the Holy Spirit, what happens is you see things, the filter you see things with is a filter of truth. So it's no more, this is how it's supposed to be seen. It's the truth, because we know that the truth shall set you free. And this is what the Holy Spirit is all about. And so strength come in numbers, not that I'm a follower, not that I need to be a part of nothing, but because strength come in followers, I was trying to see what group I wanted to put myself into, right? I wanted to put my time and energy and resources into. I couldn't do with the conscious community because they still victim-minded, blaming the white man. The Hebrew Israel, all these people are blaming white people, Muslim, all of these groups. So the group that I found a home with, basically, I don't want to say a home, but I kind of like identified with was the Black conservative movement. And very up until recent, I want to say not recent, like, a couple months, but I've started to know as a couple of years ago that I was duped by the Black community. I mean, the Black conservative community, because Black conservatives, if you look at the average Black conservative, the average, now they do have exceptions to that rule. You have Mr. Vincent Everett Ellison, great man, amazing man. He's a guy who not only gives constructive criticism, but he gives solutions from a biblical standpoint. Chad O. Jackson, the creator of the Uncle Tom 1 and 2 DVDs, the MLK files, which I suggest you go check these things out. They're amazing. They're very informative. And they could change your life. The Uncle Tom 1 DVD, I mean, I'm not going to say I give God the credit, the glory, and the praise, but that was heavy on me course correcting. That was heavy on me coming into the knowledge of, wait, something is wrong. What am I doing? Am I a part of the problem? Which I was, but I digress. And so outside of those, shout out Montega, another one, King Face, RIP King Face. These guys were from the street. These guys are from the streets. And so they gave a more perspective of, and there's other ones too, Gotham City God, shout out to him. Let's see who else. I like Angela Stan King. I don't agree with her on everything, but what I respect about her, she was going in the parts where most of these Black conservatives ain't gonna go. Like you had Candace Owens, right, who duped us all, like she was this princess, and come to find out she's very evil, wicked woman. But here she is, she's standing at the gate, big pregnant, but she's doing journalism work, standing knocking at these people's gate because they stay in the gated community. The wicked owner, Patrice Cullors of the BLM movement, trying to get some stuff for her DVD she was forming, big pregnant doing this, right? But never once have you seen Candace Owens go in the hood and tell these little girls, shout out to Beverly Beatty too, she another one. She almost put her freedom on the line. But you don't see Candace Owens going into the hood, talking to these little girls about abortion, trying to talk to these young Black people in the hood, because she don't identify with them like most Black conservatives. They don't identify with the real Black community. They so-called was trying to course correct. What they were doing was they were gripped, and like I say, I got duped, but I understood, because like I say, discernment gonna always kick in. It don't always kick in right away, but it's gonna eventually kick in and let you know, wait, you're a part of something that's not. So what I learned is they are just like the Al Sharptons of the world. Only thing different is Al Sharpton on the victim side, blaming white people, and the Black conservative, most not all, are on the side of just bashing Black community with no solutions. Because again, if you look at these people, like I said, I don't want to name, I use Candace Owens to use it for something that she did. But if you look at these people, you can clearly see they never was a part of the culture. They don't know nothing about nothing that go on in the Black community. As a matter of fact, because they were Black, and of course they probably were raised in the Black community, they were the butt of jokes. They were nerds. They were picked at and bullied by Black people. And so now they use the internet to call themselves getting back at Black people or bashing Black people. But they don't, most of these people come from good families. They don't know nothing about the struggle. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. You know, coming up in the struggle ain't nothing to boast and brag about. You know what I'm saying? For me, I come up in a 2-parent household, amazing family, Christian family. One mistake that my people made was a very costly mistake. Um, if you listen to my videos, how I speak about being a parent, and if you're a bad parent, it's 3 things you should never. If you don't do these 3 things, you're a bad parent. You may be a good person, but you're a bad parent if you don't do these 3 things before you bring a child in the world. And that is making sure the person you're inseminating or the person who is inseminating you is parent material, someone who is there for the long haul, meaning y'all automatically number 1 should be married. That's the number 1 thing. And the number 2 and 3 thing goes in basically to 1, which is environment, meaning what schools and what neighborhood are these children going to be brought up in. And like I said, I had great parents, great people for sure. But the costly mistake that they made was allowing me to be raised in a hood. And I got off in the thing that I shouldn't have been in because that was my peers. But like I said, I thank God for everything because everything is a learning experience for me. And the thing that I went through, I'm using my platform now, whether it's on a small level and one day when it's big, to speak to these same children where I come from. And some of them that's now grown is in prison, and their children that might be following in their direction, which is a bad following in their path, was a bad direction to go in. And like I said, if I wouldn't have came up, I wouldn't be able to speak to certain people because you have to. I'm not saying that you have to, but it really means a whole lot, and it's way more. It's way more powerful when you have come from these areas when you're speaking to these people. So again, like I said, you don't see none of these black conservatives that's sitting behind their screen bashing black people with all these followers. You don't see them go in the hood and try to make a change. And when I say make a change, I'm not talking about giving no money. I'm not talking about things like that, right? I'm talking about just go and speak with them. Just go and speak with them. Just go and sit down and have conversations with them on what they're doing that's wrong. Being a listening ear, being a big brother, being a big sister. And all they do is sit behind the screen, bash black people for followers and financial gain. And I just didn't want to be a part of that no more. Of course, we need money. Of course, we need followers. Of course, you want to make a big impact so you can reach more people. But that never was on the top of my list. Oh, man, I want to get followers and money because I really want to see our people change. I really want to help my people course correct because we're all hurting because of this. Our children are hurting because of this. The next generation are going to suffer because of this, right? If we don't course correct. And I'm talking about it's getting severe at this point. Like the lights are going off. The red lights are going off. We have to course correct now because they have got out of hand. It has really, really got out of hand. And when you think about things like this situation, it makes things worse. Like this Karmelo Anthony situation, it makes things worse because it brings out all of these evil people. It brings out people from everywhere that's black that don't really usually get on social media, but now they're using this situation to come out and speak on how much they hate white people and how much this situation made them realize how racist they are. Speaking of racist, you never let nobody turn you away. Like I heard Fabulous say this, and I don't curse, but I just want to say this. Fabulous said, never let an asshole turn you to a piece of shit. Right? And most of us, let's just go ahead on and be honest. If you was born in 1980, and I'm being nice, I can go really to the 60s or 70s. But if you were born after 1980, you have never experienced racism. I don't care who you are, what your situation is there exception to that rule? Somebody call you the N-word? That's who cares. I'm saying you have not experienced real racism. Now, what you might have experienced and what you might experience now is benefits from your reputation of people who look like you. I mean, you might not be a person, but I gotta catch strays sometime too. And not catch strayed by how what somebody say to me, what opportunities. There's opportunities that I don't get or I haven't got because people are at a point now where black people are persona non grata. And again, we have earned that as a whole. And so, like I said, man, going back to the black conservative thing, I want to really help. because like I said, man, this is not me getting on social media like these black conservatives do just to bad. They don't know what it's like. They don't understand the things that you have to be a part of to understand. You have to be a part of some of these things. You get on the social media app and just bashing black women as single mothers, like I seen some of them do. Like I like Candace Day, I like her, but she gets on here, and there's a lot of, and she'll get on here and she'll talk so bad about about black women, single black women, and how they children are causing chaos and it's all their fault. Well, this is the thing. Yes, black women have to take a piece of that. Yes, absolutely. Black women have to take a piece of that. They have to course correct. But again, you don't know these black women's story because clearly, and if I'm wrong, because I don't know Carmen JC personally, but she looks like someone who came up in a nice home. She don't understand the way these women are acting because she didn't never experience their lifestyle. When you come from these areas and you come from these areas and you dated these people who have childhood trauma so much stacked on top of each other, these people end up being adults. They didn't have fathers. And I'm just speaking for the women right now. They didn't have fathers. So they grow up in life seeking that male love that their father owed them, or he shouldn't have brought them here. So they go from one dude to the next dude to the next dude, and by the time they're in their 20s, they're a mess. They are a mess. They have children. They have all kind of mental and spiritual scars, not to mention on top of the childhood trauma from not having a father and all of the things they went through because of that. Now they got all this stuff going on, and now they talking about they bipolar because they got all of these sex partners, or they done been with all of these dudes, and they going to the therapist. They making the therapist rich, and the therapist, ain't doing nothing but giving them some type of medication to cope. And the reason why they going through all of these bipolar and mental issues is because they got all of these spirits from all of these different men still with them, that they were seeking somebody just to love them, right? And so they have these children, and again, it's a generational curse. So they have these children with these dudes, because like I say, they just looking for the male validation, and most of these men, for the most part, until they get in their mid 30s, early 40s, they just want to have sex, raw and unprotected. So they left for these children, and now they put all of these same type of women in a bowl called Section 8, right? And all of the children are the same children. They're angry. They deal with childhood trauma. They watch their mama get beat and verbally assaulted by men that don't want to be with them, just there for whatever reason they there for, whether it be a home to stay, a car to drive, some vagina, but they don't really love this woman. And so they watch their mama deal with all that. And again, they don't have fathers. And the generational curse passes on. And you have these little boys coming up in these type of environments, and now they're overly emotional and impulsive like the woman, which can be very, very extremely dangerous in a young boy, as we see, right? They're killing each other like flies. They have interaction with the police. They don't know nothing about male authority. So when the cops tell them to do something, they have a problem with that. Not to mention they're raised to hate cops, especially white ones. And next thing you know, they get overly aggressive and impulsive with the cop. They dead. The little girl coming up doing the same thing is a revolving door. And so then you see them fighting everywhere. I spoke in one of my other videos, my last video, I was speaking in about how they had a situation in my hometown where two leaders almost came to blows over a simple political issue. Their leaders, this is what they see their leaders doing, fighting, right? And these two leaders, one of them was a principal. So just imagine he's over. So you get what I'm saying. So when you see you sitting back, you don't know nothing. You black, but you don't know about being a part of the culture, which is trash, which has to be removed and eradicated and redone, right? But you don't know nothing about being a part of it. So you sit and you watch these kids and you talk about them. And again, black people need a lot of course correction. They need a lot of constructive criticism. But make sure it's coming from a place of love, because again, these people need it. These people, I know, I done dated these women who come from these situations. I done dated more than one woman who was molested as children, right? Their children, listen, and there's people who I knew, and I've dealt with these people, and I know, right? And it's just a lot of sad stories. And again, I'm not here to justify right from wrong. I'm not here to coddle them. I'm not here to, oh, well, it's all right. But I am here to tell you it's not the white man's fault. We as a community, number one, the men have to take their place back from the government, turn to God, and lead their family. Stop making children everywhere. The problem that we have in America is the lack of fathers and men. And when these men grow up, the last 40 years, these men are so weak and feminine, and it's not their fault. They grew up, most of them, under women, so they're spiritually. See things that happen in a young man or young woman. But I'm saying, in your formative years, which is your first 8 to 10 years on earth, those spiritual seeds and the thing that happen around you are spiritual things. And most of these men that, again, like I said, are coming up with no fathers. So they're growing up in the home with grandma, they're growing up in the home with mom, and these are the women who they can't count. Daddy may or may not come around, uncles may or may not come around. The two people or the one person who is always there for them is a woman, whether that be grandma, auntie, or mom. And so they grow up and they feel like it's normal for a woman to lord over them, which is very problematic. It could destroy a whole household. If this man grow up married and without getting his divine masculinity back, and he grow up in the house and he get married and marry a woman and let her, it's just the whole house gonna be in disarray. The woman spiritually is not gonna respect him, which is gonna eventually turn into physical. And I'm not saying like her putting her hand on him, but what is gonna turn her spiritually, her not respecting him, and then eventually she's not really physically, she's not gonna respect him, because a man has to be the leader of his home. That is the order of God. If it's outside of God's order or will, it's not gonna work. And the order of God is God in Christ, Christ in man, man over woman, woman over children. If that's out of order in one way, it's going to be chaos. So men have to turn back to God first. This is the first thing, because listen, although the black woman is the current default leader of Black America, we have to take our places back, black men. We have to. We have to take our places back. Nothing's going to happen until that happens. That's number one. Number two, once we take our place back, we have to turn to God. We have to turn to God, start seeking God, ask God. The Bible tells, ask him for wisdom, he'll give it to you. Seeking God. Once you come to God and you seek God and he begin to fill you with his righteousness, his spirit, now you're going to automatically by default become the man you're put here to be. And once you become the man you're put here to be, you'll be fit to lead a family, because you'll be in not toxic masculinity, you'll be in your divine masculinity, right? And when you're in your divine masculinity, the woman by default, spiritually, is automatically going to fall into suit. She's going to automatically fall in her place. If not, she's a Jezebel spirit woman, and God is going to eradicate her on his own. She's going to be taken care of accordingly. But once you in your godly masculinity and you feel with the spirit of God, you're going to know what kind of woman that is. You're going to be able to see her a mile away. So you won't even have to worry about, okay, damn, what kind of woman do I have? Because you're going to know, God going to let you know. Now, whether you choose to ignore it or not, if you out here somebody, you just came into your godly masculinity. Because it's happened to me. I'm not going to sit here and lie. It's happened to me where I see what type of woman this is, but I want to be with her so bad, whether it's for a night, a week, a month, a year, or just keep connection with her for when I want, whatever. I did it. So I understand we do it, but I never made a mistake of marrying her. Don't make that mistake. But again, you won't, because God is going to let you know. You're going to know. It ain't going to be a situation where you don't know. You're going to know. And so we have to fix this. Like I said, it's not the white man's fault. It's our fault as men. So when you look at the Black community, although it's a reflection of the Black woman, because she's the default leader, it's our fault as Black men for leaving our families, and the ones of us who are part of, because I know dudes. Like I know some dudes who kept their family. But they very weak. They're very docile, like Karmelo Anthony's father. And that can be more detrimental to a child than a single mother. Because again, when the order out of and once because when that order that I gave, God in Christ, Christ over man and one of children is out of order in any way, it could be very detrimental to the relationship, and that can automatically by default be detrimental to the children that's being brought up in that relationship. This is why Karmelo was like he was, very overly emotional, very impulsive. Because you got to think about this. We sit here, we can talk, and we're gonna play some videos. I'm about to get into it for a minute. We're gonna play some videos, but you just gotta think, oh, he saved somebody's life at a pool. Oh, he was a great kid. Oh, this, oh, that. Again, all those things may be true, but we have to understand. We have to understand. Kids get jumped every day. Especially if you come up in the black neighborhood, you've been jumped before, which a video had proved he wasn't jumped. But let's just say he was. You mean to tell me that your first instinct was to go into your bag and pull a knife out and stab somebody? You've been jumped before that's watching this video. We've all been jumped before, especially if you're black and if you're white. But I'm speaking for black right now. If you're black and you came up in the black community, you have been jumped before. Why didn't you kill the people that jumped you? Because that wasn't in you. Everybody is not a cold-blooded killer. And I don't want to say he's a cold-blooded killer, but again, he had some of those character traits. Because guess what? Who thinks I'm going to have a gun and just shoot somebody when they jump me? I'm going to have a knife and just shoot somebody when they jump me. Which he wasn't jumped. But again, I digress. But yeah, man, I just wanted to speak on that, man, because, a lot of time, like I say, I usually do that as an introduction of probably once every couple months, because you never know when somebody first time seeing you. You never know when it's their first time seeing you and they think, oh, here go another black dude just bashing black people. No. Do I give constructive criticism? Absolutely. Do I love black people? Absolutely. I love all people, but I want to see my people change. Because just like it's hurt all of us, the way we acting right now, when we change, it's going to benefit all of us, right? And we can be able to take our place rightfully in this rulership hierarchy in America. And people going to have an open chair for us to do it. But right now, nobody wants to deal with us. And it's getting worse by the day. And it's not about racism. It's about our reputation. Because the average black person don't even want to deal with black people. But yeah, I just wanted to open with that. And so let's get into today's show. I would start off with this video from a guy by the name of Dogface. He from Michigan. He did 17 years in prison. I call anybody who did time in prison my frat brother. Penitentiary State University sorority. I did 10 years. For you guys who don't know, we will be bringing back real life prison stories, I believe, this week. If not this week, for sure next week. But that's why I said I want to think this is going to be my last entry into this Karmelo Anthony situation, because I'm trying to move to other things. I still haven't addressed the Abdul Carter Jackson Dart situation, which has kind of went away, but I still got to address, and I think I'm going to start with that win. I'm not sure. Also, another thing, if you're new here, I do live stream Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, Tuesday and Thursdays. I break down body cam footage using black people and cops, and that whole interaction. That's another thing we have to fix. My schedule had got kind of off last week because I had, went under the weather, and I ended up having to take me some medicine that had me drowsy, and I had some other things I had to do, and I had took a month hiatus off, but we back. And so let's get this though shorted. But like I say, I want to start off with a video from Dogface. Dogface, like I say, he very articulate brother. He from the trenches. He on a crazy media run right now. And so what happens is these guys begin to answer these certain they begin to get these certain questions, right? And of course, the thing right now we all know is Karmelo Anthony. So he was asked this situation, and again, I'm gonna go back to something that I said, that black people, right? It seemed like, and again, I don't know. I don't want to say this. It just seemed like some of them just don't want to get it because there's no way they that intellectually disabled. I just don't. I don't want to believe it. I'm gonna just say that. You know, they say people believe what they want to believe. I just don't want to believe that black people is this lost in the sauce with their hate toward white people that they just not able to understand what's going on with this situation and to be able to be from a real perspective. Like, bro, dude made a mistake, but bro, this is no self-defense situation, bro. You know what I'm saying? And so when I seen him speak on the situation, I kind of was, because like I say, he lose it. He not no conservative. He a street dude, real street. That's what he on. You know what I'm saying? But he on articulate street, brother. He educated himself in prison. He educated himself since he been home. But so I kind of expected a different response for him. So he recently went sat down with DJ Vlad. And of course, DJ Vlad, y'all don't know, he's a white guy, Ukrainian guy, but he look white. And he interviews, street people, rappers, gangsters, and all this stuff. And he asked him his, perspective on the whole situation. And I was kind of in a place where, wait, where he gonna go? Where he coming from with this? I want to hear. And he failed miserably. And he goes into this race thing. And again, I understand that's lucrative. But for him, I think this is genuinely how he feels. He genuinely feels like I'm about to let y'all play. And of course, afterwards, I'll chime in throughout the video. But without further ado, let's get into it.
All right, here we go. Dogface. Welcome back to Vlad TV.
Thanks for having me back. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. Last time we did some numbers.
I'm a numbers man.
Well, a lot to talk about, but I think that Karmelo Anthony case is where we should start. Now, you've spoken a lot about that. Charleston White, who is now a regular on my show, he said various things about that.
Mm-hmm.
What is your take on the overall verdict with Karmelo getting 35 years?
My take on the overall verdict is that it was a travesty of justice. I think above and beyond just simply looking at the elements of the case and what happened and why it happened and who did what, I've been focused on just the legal representation. His legal team is probably the worst legal team I've seen in my entire life in terms of the way they chose to go about defending him, what they did, what they didn't do, how they went about it, the entire strategy. I don't know what the strategy was, except they were like the Three Stooges, the Keystone Cops. I think that he was hurt by the lack of proper legal representation. And
they're pressing. Gemini.
the lack of proper legal representation. And I don't know how the family found the people who were representing him. I don't know where they found them from, but wherever they got them from, they just send their ass back to where they got them from.
Well, let's take a look at the case for a second. So Karmelo was at this track meet, and apparently it was raining.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a friend that was in a tent, under a tent, in a different school, and I guess the friend invited him to go stand under the tent so he wouldn't get wet, right?
Yes.
That's incorrect. It was never testified under oath. It was never testified. I don't know where this comes from, but Vlad, he always got bad information. He was invited. The guy who was so-called supposed to be his friend that was under that tent because he went to that school testified under oath that he wasn't friends with Karmelo Anthony. He knew him but through his girlfriend. And only time they were together was when he was with his girlfriend because that was his friend. So it was kind of like a mutual thing. And they had pictures and stuff like that. But again, we know how those things are. When we was in school, everybody know. I remember when I was in school, my man's you know, he was a ladies man. I had a lot of girls too, but he was a ladies man. He was really all about it. And you know, we would have, and back then we would have like 3 ways and 4 ways, and it was a thing back then. You know, as a grown man, who does the third wheel thing? But back then, it was situations where we would be together sometime, and it would be just his girl. So, say for instance, his girl was to be able to be like, I know Vernon. No, you don't know me. You only know me because Jarvis is my friend. And so that's just how things work sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, people only know you mutually. And once he would make it serious, all right, same with me. It's women that I mess with that they only knew him through me. So it wasn't like they were friends because, but by them being my girlfriend and by that being my main man, most of the time we were going to be under the same roof together at home, in a car together. But again, that's not her friend. That's her mutual friend. So that's what the situation was with him and this guy. This guy knew his girlfriend really good. I don't know what you know, how deep, but they high school kids, you know how this worked. And that was the case, but it wasn't no, oh, that's my boy, and I inviting him under that, because we all understand that we've all been to high school before. We've all been to track meet before. We've all been to jamboree. We've all been to all of these type of situations where it's more than one school going to be at one event. These schools have their own sections, especially if you're from a black school, you know that you don't go into nobody else's section. Most of the time, black schools going to be automatically by default just fighting against each other. But even if they're not fighting, we may know each other. Of course, we don't know each other. I might have a cousin go there. I might have a homeboy that on that side of town. But you don't just go over there and say, hey, I'm a chill, even if somebody invites you over, because it could turn bad. And that person not going to go against their team. But you, unless it's, like I say, a family member, that's my cousin, man. Y'all, you know, he get a pad. But again, this wasn't his tent, right? Bottom line, point blank, period, end of story, full stop. You can't go in somebody else's space and kill them and say self-defense. But let's continue.
He was in there. He was approached by a group of boys and was told to get out. And then that's when an argument ensued.
Yes.
Now, one of the witnesses said something like, put your hands on me and see what happens. And I guess the victim said, oh, you don't have nothing, or something like that, right? At which point, I guess he got shoved and he pulled out what ended up being a knife and stabbing the victim in the chest. Now, there is some back and forth whether this is a weapon or not a weapon, whether this is a tool to clean shoes. But that, you know, I've actually seen it because, you know, they showed the evidence.
Right.
For all intents and purposes, it is a knife. And this is where, was it self-defense? Was it stand your ground? What exactly was it? Was his life actually in danger? Was there justification for him to use deadly force in a situation like this?
So my honest answer to that is, when you study law, or when you study the law of any state that has stand your ground, a person who's being confronted or being approached by somebody else demanding something of them, they don't have to back up. They don't have to retreat. They don't have to acquiesce to anything being asked of them. So when it comes to whether it would stand your ground or not, it is a clear case of stand your ground. When you contrast what happened with the Karmelo Anthony situation with what even happened with the George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin situation. There's no indication that Trayvon Martin was even aggressive in that manner. There's no indication that Trayvon Martin was threatening or aggressive.
Okay, so first of all, let's address that. Number one, you can't use these two cases, right? There's two completely different cases. Let's start there. Also, when you talk about Karmelo Anthony, it's no such thing in his situation and getting a stand your ground law situation. Stand your ground is called the castle law, meaning somebody came into your space, your home, your vehicle, or your personal space. Saying you walking into a mall, right? And somebody come from their side to the mall to your side and address you and pose a deadly threat to you, and you kill them. That is a stand your ground. That is a castle law. Going to the George Zimmerman case, he's erroneous in what he says about that, because another thing, a lot of people didn't really do their research on this George Zimmerman situation. I did. George Zimmerman made some errors that night. Number one, he was told by 911 not to approach this young man, right? But he approached him anyway. And what happened was that young man, Trayvon Martin, began to beat the shit out of him, was on top of him, pounding away so much so that George Zimmerman had the back of his head scraped all up from hitting the pavement. So he was beating it, but it still shouldn't have been a stand your ground law for him, because why? You approached Trayvon in a public area. It was the area he was in charge of this area, Mr. George Zimmerman. But he was in charge for as like, a neighborhood watch. He wasn't the police. So once he asked Trayvon to leave and Trayvon didn't leave, he did what he was supposed to do and call authorities. Where he made the mistake is he kept following him and he ended up getting beat up. Now, when he killed Trayvon, yes, that was not a stand your ground. That was not self-defense, because with the thing that I just told y'all. Number one, he shouldn't have followed them. And number one, and once for him to keep following this man, and whatever happened to the point where Trayvon ended up getting on top of him and beating him up, it's not a stand your ground, because number one, he wasn't in your space, you were in his space. Okay, granted, you are a neighborhood watch, but your job is not to approach people. Your job is to call authorities once you see somebody. You can ask them to leave, but once they don't leave, just like the person told you, leave them alone. You kept going. He got lucky. He got blessed. But that's a whole different situation from Trayvon Martin. From Mr. Karmelo Anthony. It's no law. This falls under no circumstance self-defense. This falls under no circumstance, the castle law, aka stand your ground. But let's continue.
To the level of what we now know what happened with the Metcalf boy, we don't even have that level of aggression. But George Zimmerman was able to produce and put on a self-defense case based on the whole stand your ground thing. It's a tragic and unfortunate set of circumstances that I wish, when I examined the whole thing in its totality, I wish it wouldn't have happened. But at the same time, Karmelo Anthony was sitting under a tent, minding his own business, not posing any threat, not create.
You can't, again, this has to be addressed. You can, that's funny. I can't go sit on somebody's pool, bro. Or then I'm not even going to use that, because they paid for property. Again, we've been to these sporting events. We all been to high school. It's a reason why this high school brings a tent. It's a reason. It's a reason why. This tent is designated for the people who go to this school. That's what this tent is for. This is for this particular moment, for this particular time, this particular day. This is a designated area for this school. Or they wouldn't bring tents. They would all just sit and mix and mingle. No, they have a tent. Just like in football, you have your bench, the other team have their bench. No, you can't just go into someone's space and say you're all minding your business. It's almost like the thing when they say, oh, these people who come here, who cross the border illegally, are not criminals. They're here just to work. That all may be true, but they are a criminal. You're a criminal once you break the law. You committed a crime. I don't care if you come over here I don't care if you illegally come here to get medical assistance. You came here illegally, so that automatically makes you a criminal, not a career criminal. Meaning you do this, you commit multiple crimes, but once you commit one crime, you are now designated as a criminal. So there's no such thing as these people are innocent. They broke a law coming in the country. So it's the same thing with this. You can't say he was sitting there minding his business. He wasn't. I don't know if his school had a tent or not. Apparently they didn't, because it's so being said that he was sitting under the tent to escape the rain. But again, that's not his designated area. He went to Centennial High School. He was supposed to be with Centennial High School, not at Memorial. So it doesn't matter if you're minding his business or not. But let's continue.
Any commotion, not creating a disturbance. So when you look at what happened in its totality, right? Whether it was stand your ground or not stand your ground, no matter whose side of the equation you come down on, what we know for a fact is that Karmelo Anthony was sitting down underneath the tent, basically and probably most likely because it was raining and he was just trying to get out the rain. There's no accounts from any witness that says that he was creating a disturbance. There's no accounts from anybody who was there. And there were a bunch of different witnesses who were there who changed up their whole testimony. They changed up their whole testimony, I believe, because they were approached and they were pressured to say exactly what law enforcement.
Again, another lie. Nobody changed their story. You got to understand, majority of the people outside of the coach, outside of Austin Metcalf's coach, were children. They 19 adults now. They 19-year-old adults now. Well, when this happened, they were 17, 16, and whatever age you go to high school at. These are children. And they best believe all of these conspiracy theories and these children were coached. Listen, if you lie, that's perjury. And I don't know how much perjury holds in Texas, but it holds for sure jail time. Right? It holds so there's no probation. So if you lie on the oath, hey man, you don't have to testify, but if you lie on the oath, you will do jail time. These people wasn't trying to allow that to happen. They told the truth. Even the people on the defense. So when you say they was coerced or they changed story, that's erroneous. And like I said, I'm very disappointed in Dogface, bro, because I expected better out of him if he was gonna speak on it. Because again, you didn't have to say nothing.
Wanted them to say. But beyond that, there's no indication that Karmelo Anthony was threatened. He had threatened anybody. There's no indication that the people under the tent didn't want him there. There's no indication that he was doing anything that would have suggested that he was a problem. His presence was a problem, not for the people who were there with him underneath the tent. His presence was a problem for the Metcalf boys and the people who were with him. When they approached him, why did you approach him? You approached him because you felt like that he wasn't supposed to be underneath that tent. Well, I'm always a rhyme and reason guy. I'm a cause and effect guy. So I don't agree with God. So I don't agree with the senseless loss of life when it comes to anybody. So it's not a racial issue with me. And when I examined the whole thing, I didn't necessarily think race first. I thought bully. The first thing that I took from it was these guys were bullies and these guys just simply didn't want to see him underneath the tent. I didn't really get race at first. All the racial things, all the racial components came in later when you look at how people dealt with it and how they spoke about it and how they talked about what transpired. I think the race came in the aftermath of the investigation. I think that's when race came in. But Karmelo Anthony was sitting there minding his own business. What are you supposed to do? This is America. I can sit where I want to sit. If the Metcalf guys and their friends didn't think he's supposed to be under there, then versus taking matters into their own hands by confronting him and putting their hands on him first, they could have simply went to a coach, a faculty member, or somebody in authority who could have made a decision for them. I think they were.
Well, the coach, which was a black coach, testified under oath that he left Austin in charge. So I'll leave you with that. That's continuing.
Absolutely wrong by putting their hands on him. They were wrong for confronting him. And they were really wrong for putting their hands on him. And my thinking is, if you put your hands on me, you can't determine or decide how I respond and react to you because you shouldn't have put your hands on me, period. They teach you in the third grade.
You're right. I agree with you on that, Dogface, right? And whatever you do after that, after you put that, don't cry about the consequence. You're right. I agree. Hey, listen, I agree with you, Dogface, right there. Put your hand on somebody. If you put your hand on somebody, whatever come with that, come with that. If they shoot you, if they stab you, whatever. But guess what? Don't cry when you shoot me because I touch you and you get 30 years. Don't cry about it. Accept your responsibility and say, look, although I could have fought, although I could have left, although I could have did several other things, I chose to stab this young man, kill him, and now I'm doing 35 years. Don't cry and whine about it. Simple as that. Let's continue.
Keep your motherfucking hands to yourself.
Here's the problem with this situation. Now, from my point of view, you put your hands on somebody, whatever happens at that point is whatever happens at that point. I'm on the side of Karmelo Anthony. I personally think he'll stand the ground, or in the worst case, a manslaughter situation.
Yes.
But here is the problem with these types of situations. It happened with Karmelo, it happened with my man Taxstone, and it luckily happened with Chud the Builder.
Yeah.
Is that people bring a weapon outside with a reason to use it, looking for a reason to use it. Say, look, I got this weapon on me, and you're going to be a little more bold in the way you interact with people because you know you have something they probably don't have. You have a weapon. So in situations where you should probably walk away, you think, well, I got a weapon, this will be self-defense. Unfortunately, your idea of self-defense doesn't always align with the laws of that state. You also don't know about the judge and jury you're going to get when this goes to trial.
Absolutely.
So this is a very dangerous game to play of I'm going to bring a weapon with me and I'm going to use it in self-defense based on my own decision. And this is what all three of them have gotten caught up with. I'm glad Chud the Builder got caught, personally. I'm glad, but I'm definitely very sad that Taxstone got like 35 years. I'm also very sad that Karmelo got 35 years, but it's the same underlying situation, I think, in all three instances, whereas all three of those men had left those weapons at home that day, they'd be out living their lives right now.
Yeah, Vlad, if it was
period.
a fifth, we all be drunk as a motherfucker right now.
No, don't change the
and
subject.
I think one of the things that we had to take each. There are similarities in all three situations in terms of somebody bringing or having a weapon with them, but we have to look at motive and intent. There was no motive. Did Karmelo Anthony wake up on a school day and think to himself, I'm going to go to a track and field event and I'm going to find myself into a situation, or I'm going to put myself in a situation where I'm going to have to use this knife on another?
Well, we all know, especially people who we would hope that he didn't have that intent. We all know that this was a manslaughter case. We also know, Dogface, I know, especially people who have been in the system know, that anytime you're offered a plea, you don't take that plea and you go to trial, you're going to get way more time and it's going to be way more severe. And that's what Mr. Karmelo did. His parents didn't want to allow him to take the plea for manslaughter. They wanted him to go to trial because they seen all the money and the attention this was drawing. And they played the game and lost. Now, when you talk about intent, I mean, listen, man, it doesn't matter what he intended to do. It happened. Something happened. Somebody died. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue.
Being he didn't have a criminal history. He doesn't have a troubled youth. He had never been.
It does, again, all of these things, people keep bringing up these things. That doesn't matter. When you come from not only like all the stuff I just said, but also the fact that you come from a culture, we know what type of energy he was on. Just like I tell people about the Trayvon Martin situation. They showed all of these pictures of Trayvon when he was a little kid and a cute little kid. Trayvon wasn't no angel. He didn't deserve to die that night. Absolutely not. But he wasn't no innocent kid. He had been expelled from school for drugs. He was, he would talk. It's all kind of stuff came out about Trayvon Martin, who he really was. But I didn't have to know that. Just like Mr. Karmelo, I was a 17-year-old black boy before, and I know at 17, if I was in the area going to see a girl and some fat white dude, or I think he mixed, or anybody, it could have been a black dude telling me to get out of this area, man, I'm going to be my woman or my girlfriend by any cost necessary. And if you're getting away of that, it's going to probably be a problem at that point when I was an immature child. Same thing for Mr. Karmelo. We all know what happened. He's over there listening to this trash culture music that we listen to, this rap that says shoot 'em up, bang, bang, don't touch. And he had that spirit over him already. That rap music brings a spirit over you, just like R&B or just like R&B music brings a spirit over you. Just like gospel music brings a spirit over you. Music is very powerful. Right? And the devil knows that. He was in charge of music in heaven before he was kicked out. And now he used he used hip-hop rap to destroy a lot of black men because they want to keep up with this, whether it be selling drugs and doing all of the things that they glorify or to look like they living like these people. But again, you had that music in your ear. you had that spirit on you, and here it is, anybody. But we're gonna say a white boy for sure. We know you now know you come from a home where racism basically was a thing. White boy telling you to move and he shoved you, oh, he got to go. And that's what happened. Let's just keep it real.
Locked up before. There's no indication that he was a troubled youth or he didn't have any criminal past. He didn't come from a family. He didn't come from a family of.
Most school shooters, most serial killers come from two-parent household and they don't have a criminal record. So let's not do that, Mr. Dogface. But let's continue.
His mother and father were not drug dealers and drunkards and drug addicts. That's not the situation here. The situation here is that he was sitting down underneath a tent in the rain. He didn't approach anybody. He didn't threaten anybody. He didn't start any verbal altercations. Let's just fuck looking at just what happened with the physical altercation. What happened before that? He was minding his own business, sitting there, not causing a problem for himself or anybody else. He hadn't threatened anybody. He hadn't done anything wrong to anybody. Doesn't have any history of having troubled youth, like I said before. So we can't apply that. Tax Stone, the fucking gangster. Troy Ave, fucking gangster rappers. That shit, and they're in the club where anything can happen in the club in New York. The fucking club can catch on fire and people can shoot the motherfucker up. But this is a young kid who didn't deserve it. My biggest problem with that is how people are interpreting what happened and trying to force him into looking like he's some type of fucking barbarian, fucking criminal. And that's not the situation. That's not the case.
This is an urgent warning for anyone with investments in the stock market. The government has a new proposal that will give a giant leg up to corporate insiders. And people are angry. Listen,
there has now been an arrest, reportedly as many as 3 arrests down in Texas. And the feds are now.
Okay, so I want to go to this video. Give me 1 second, guys, because I see it's more than one here. Yeah, man, so, and for the ones who just come in here, and this is the first time you've seen this video and you're not understanding why I titled it what I titled, you'll understand before this video is over. If not, you can go back and check the series out and you'll see where I'm coming from and why I named it that. Well, I guess I'll do that. Because I'm thinking that was going to have this. So let's go over here right quick. Yeah, we're going to do that right quick. So, of course, if you've been here any significant amount of time, you know that I like to use the Black conservative perspective at some of my exhibits. And so we're going to do that right here.
Service Sam here with the Karmelo Anthony update. Now, here's something interesting I saw a woman point out online. The videos that have been released are heavily, heavily doctored. She points out that the tent, her dad apparently owned a tent-making factory or something, and she points out that she believes...
Now, if you don't know this guy, he's called Secret Service Sam. You're either radical, white, liberal, who I tell you guys all the time, are your enemy, black man, black woman. These are the enemies of Black America. They seem like they love us, but they don't. They instead of what they do is they shake hands with all of the wrong and evil that we do to each other in hopes of getting rid of their white guilt that they shouldn't have. But that's their issue, that's their problem. But when you come in our community and say, okay, it's okay for y'all to do what y'all doing because of this, you are a problem, you are a cancer. And I look at them as scum of the earth, as we know Malcolm X warned us about them 60 years ago. But that's who this guy is. He's a white liberal. But let's continue, guys.
This tent was doctored to the point where there's different shades of yellow that you can see. She believes that it was doctored so much to not let you see the full view of what was actually happening under that tent. It is a revelation. It is not surprising, but you notice different shades by the benches. You notice even the black on the tent. It looks like they use like a coloring in grading tool, and it's a different color. So my question is, Why are we not seeing the actual video? There is HD video, allegedly, that exists of this altercation. And why are we not being shown that? I have sent in my request to Collins County to get the official autopsy because, again, people were passing around one that was not real. It is so important to not spread misinformation. This is a tragic, tragic situation, but justice must be served. Secret Service Sam Out Sampson for president of the world.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Be served. Secret Service Sam Out Sampson for president of the world.
Wait. I think he queered too, but let's continue.
Wait. So I think we're coming up on what, 2 or 3 weeks now after Karmelo Anthony was convicted of murdering Austin Metcalf, and we're still talking about this because the pro-Blackie Blacks have not let go of the biggest grift on the internet right now, which is that Karmelo is actually innocent and that there's this grand conspiracy theory, right? Everybody, including the witnesses, the judge, the defense lawyer, everybody, okay, outside of pro-Blackie Blacks have come together to convict Karmelo Anthony, a young black man, because of racism, hate, and bigotry, right? And they come up with all of these conspiracy theories to try to explain why is it that Karmelo Anthony is innocent, right? And one of the most common conspiracy theories is that there's this magical video out there of Karmelo being jumped, but this video has not surfaced yet, okay? However, the pro-Blackie Blacks swear up and down, it exists, is out there, even though, logically speaking, it's probably not, right? Just based off the fact that if it actually existed, it would have been exposed already to the world, right? For the world to see. But it hasn't been, which strongly suggests that it doesn't exist, okay? And you have individuals making up all types of excuses, again, for why Karmelo is innocent and that this was some type of, again, grand conspiracy theory to send a young black man to prison. They keep talking about how the lawyer was in on it. Oh, he was a bad lawyer, bad defense. And it's like, bad defense does not equal Karmelo innocent, right? But you can't explain that to people who are not rational or reasonable or logical, okay? And videos like this that I'm going to react to are a great example of what I'm talking about, featuring Dennis Sperling, who is a black attorney who has been on Willie D's show and has tried to explain to Willie D why Karmelo is guilty. However, despite this lawyer explaining to Willie D the truth, right, the facts about this case, Willie D is still spreading these conspiracy theories because, again, he's grifted, right, off his low IQ audience. Individuals like this guy right here, James Harlem, who is going to show us why is it that talking to these people, trying to explain logic to these people is a waste of time, right? And that is what we have to react to here. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
You say there's an 11-minute video. You say that it depicts multiple individuals jumping Karmelo Anthony. But again, none of the witnesses testified that he was jumped. None of the witnesses testified. Karmelo didn't take the stand. And so how do we know that this video exists?
We know the video exists because they were making available to public, but those who requested to see the video, they had to sign disclosure forms.
And again, this is very problematic what I'm speaking about. People like this young man, this man here. I always tell people, bro, it's bad to be a fool, but it's even worse to be an old fool. And this man is an old fool. You can look at him and see he's probably in his 60s. And these are the people who raise the children. If you my age, 9 times 10, your parents in your 60s. And that mindset gets recycled. This whole black victim mindset, the white man is against you, everything wrong in your life is not because you had bad parents, not because you're a bad decision. It's somehow the white man's fault. Whitey. So we use opportunity like this as a victory against white people because a white child was killed, which is it hurts us. And that's why I made this series, but I'm not going to go too far in that. Just speaking about this is the people who we are dealing with. This is the people who are in our comment sections telling us, people who trying to course correct the black community and give solutions, calling us names, calling us coons and all this here. But they're in these rappers' comment sections asking them when is their next show, can you come to my city, who glorify violence, crime, and disrespect to our women. These are the guys. But again, I digress, and let's continue.
And this shouldn't be breaking news to you, but it is if you say so. Okay, and as I was saying,
I'm just trying to understand if it's truly out there, and if you can let us know who the owner is. You're saying it's the Frisco ISD. Are you saying that Frisco ISD withheld this video that could have exonerated Karmelo Anthony? Is that what you're saying based on your information?
I appreciate you not.
I'm just asking
putting
a question.
words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. Okay, so who has the video?
Okay, the people who saw the video, I believe it was the school, Frisco County. That's the name of the school. Right. They made requests to see the video.
I gotta ask questions.
Yes, sir. I understand.
You're saying Frisco ISD is withholding this video that could exonerate Karmelo Anthony. Is that what you're saying? It's a yes or no question.
And I'll ask you again.
Is it a yes or no? Hold on. Okay. Did they turn over the video? Did Frisco ISD turn over the video?
I do not know what Frisco did. I do not know if they are withholding the video.
In your opinion, why do you think they're not giving the video that could exonerate Karmelo Anthony that you say they showed to multiple people? Why do you think they're not giving it to they didn't give it to the court. They didn't give it to the prosecutor. They didn't give it to the defendant. Why do you think
they do have it?
And these people, another thing, their kryptonite is just simple logic, simple common sense. You don't have to go on your wisdom bag. You don't have to go on your discernment bag. Just simple logic, common sense is these people kryptonite. But let's continue.
They do have it. And that's the problem. That's the problem, because his defense did not allow that video to be presented to the jury. Oh, well, I take that back. They have it. I do not know if the jury saw the full 11-minute video. If the jury did see the full 11-minute video and still found him guilty, well, then that showed the racial bias of that jury, because from the reports, it's indisputable evidence. Please allow me, sir. From the reports, yeah, it is.
But you said that already, okay? I'm going to give you a suggestion, all right? I don't think there's a video. I think that's just internet rumor, because if there was a video, we would have it.
Period. Well, look, here's the thing. I think this lawyer is being generous, right? And again, this guy is not, in my opinion, a conservative, right? He's one of these guys that definitely goes along with, the pro-blackity black agenda. So even though I think that he sympathizes with the pro-blackity blacks, he has to tell the truth, right? He has to also use logic, okay? Because that's his job. I think he's being generous. I think that is more than just an internet rumor. It's a lie, right? I think it's just a flat out lie that was made up because this video does not exist. The judge has already released the video that was shown to the jurors. And in that video, Karmelo was not being jumped at all, okay? But even before the video was released, we had news outlets, we had other people who went and watched the video, and all of them did not come out and say that Karmelo was jumped, right? The video that was released was very consistent with reputable news.
And trust me, so as somebody who's been in these type of situations, been in the penal system, been fighting cases, the jury had to see these videos. Everybody that supported this case seen the video. The defense filed a motion of discovery to get all evidence. That's what you do when you're in a situation, any situation. You file a motion to discovery. That's one of the first motions after maybe for a bond hearing that you file. Because what it does is it gives you all the prosecution, the state must is legally, this could be a technicality, a lawsuit, all kind of stuff. If they don't, they have to release everything. They have to, the people who telling on you, their real name, if it's confidential informant. Motion for discovery has to release everything that the state has against you, so your defense can properly prepare for it. So if there was a video, the the jury would have seen it. Whatever video they had, everybody involved with this case in that courthouse seen it. It didn't exist. This magical video of him getting jumped. The video that we all seen, which is bad, CCTV, it still was showing what happened. He was shoved and he shoved Austin back by sticking the knife in his chest. It is what it is, man.
And journalists who actually saw the video before it came out to the public, right? But you had pro-blackity blacks, including pedophiles, who got to watch the video, and they came out and claimed that Karmelo was jumped. And there's clear as day footage of him being jumped. And lo and behold, when the footage was actually released, they were wrong, right? They were incorrect. Now, instead of admitting the truth, right, acknowledging that, hey, we were wrong, no, they double and triple down on the lies. Well, again, there's this new conspiracy. Well, that video is not the full video, right? They're hiding the real video, right? And the only people who've seen the real video, again, are the pro-blackity blacks.
Nobody else.
Again, there's clear as day video of Karmelo being jumped. So, again, the point of me reacting to this video is just to show once again that these people cannot be reasoned with, right? Because they're low IQ, right? And I don't mean that in the same way that somebody like an Amazing Bottom will use low IQ in order to describe people that he disagrees with. I don't call people that I disagree with low IQ. I actually examine their arguments. And I say, hey, your argument makes sense for this reason, or it doesn't make sense for this reason. And based off your reasoning, right, I will come to a conclusion about your intelligence. This whole Karmelo Anthony situation is a big IQ test. And there are a lot of people who have failed his IQ test. And again, this is an example of somebody who has spectacularly failed the IQ test on the Karmelo Anthony situation.
Everybody would have it. It would have been seen by now. It's just a matter of part. Let me finish.
It's supposed to wrong. It's supposed to wrong.
Respectfully, sir. It's just a matter of sending out a $25 subpoena and ordering the Frisco School Board to bring it forth. That's it. It's not a mystery.
Suppose you're wrong. Suppose it's not that simple. Suppose you are dead wrong that they're hiding the video.
I'm absolutely not wrong. You can't.
Well, how would you know you're not wrong, sir? How could you justly say that you know you're not wrong?
There's a video and multiple people have seen it. That means people can testify that this video exists and you've already demonstrated, you describe it, it's 11 minutes long, it's in possession of the Frisco ISD School Department, and multiple people have seen it, it will come forth. Okay? So again, it's my opinion that it doesn't exist. However, if you feel like it exists, that's fine. You're entitled to feel how you want to. But bottom line is, there was 13 other witnesses that testified, that never testified that the young man was jumped. You don't need a video if you got 13 witnesses. This
himself didn't say that. On the body cam footage, he clearly said, he cried and said, I told him not to touch me. He also said that it's not a leg, it was me who did it. Never once did he say, I was getting jumped and that's why it happened. Again, this is make-believe. But let's continue.
You need video when there's no other people.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on. Now, this black lawyer is forgetting that the witnesses, including the black ones, right? They're Sambo soldiers, right? They all sold out Karmelo, right? So the witnesses are in on the conspiracy theory too, right? That's what the lawyer is forgetting, right? According to the pro-blackies.
No, I'm gonna finish because I'm gonna move on to the next person, sir. Respectfully.
Have you ever heard of kangaroo jury?
You mean
kangaroo court? Yeah. Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of that, sir. I've heard of that.
But that's exactly what Karmelo Anthony was faced with, a kangaroo court.
Okay. Well, the bottom line is, sir, he has an opportunity to take an appeal. I don't think that they're going to appeal the fact that there's a video that nobody seems to have. I think that's just internet rumor. And I know this is an emotional issue for a lot of people because a lot of people recognize that the criminal justice system has been arbitrarily unfair to black people throughout the history. But the bottom line is,
your stance is unfair for you to think that way.
No, it's not unfair.
Without even examining if the evidence existed. Just to make a blanket statement already.
I'm not telling you what you want to hear. Yeah, I'm not telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you what the facts are. And the facts are that there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead. That's the facts. There's a 17-year-old
because of his actions. Because of his actions.
But there's a 17-year-old boy that's dead, and there's another 17-year-old boy that's going to prison for 35 years. And what we have to do is, well, I can't hear you right now. Hold on a minute.
No, he's not going to do 35 years. No.
Okay, no. Well, he's in prison now. And he got a sentence of 35 years. Nate?
And the crazy thing about this, the trouble and the disingenuous part about all this, these people don't care about Karmelo Anthony. These people don't care about our man. Because they did, they would be front center every day talking about all, you know how many men who actually did get found? Or I'm not going to say got found guilty wrongfully, some, but you know how many dudes that I was in prison with who actually did come up in unfortunate circumstances and had to get bad representation. They didn't have millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a lawyer. They had no lawyer. And they come from horrible situations, some situations where they had no parent or half of a parent. You don't hear these guys or nobody speaking about when they get oversentenced. This is only because this is the popular thing. This is the go along, get along thing. And this is another strike for us against white people. Because we hate white people for what they did to our great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparent. So a white child was killed, and he was being in all of these make-believe stories that's not true. We're going to make up and argue with, like they true. We trying to make them true. They're not true. It didn't happen. He was not jumped. That didn't happen. Simple as that. Let's continue.
He'll get probation after 17.
No, he's gonna definitely do 35, right? And one of the main reasons why he's gonna do 35 is because of these pro-blackities continuing to double and triple down on this idea that
absolutely correct. And this one of the reasons I made this series, to show black people how their reaction to this situation not only makes it worse for Karmelo, but it makes it worse for black people across America. Because you niggas don't own nothing. You niggas don't run nothing. The people who do are the people who looking at this situation from a sad perspective, because that could be their son and you're celebrating. But let's continue.
Innocent, right? As long as they continue to double and triple down on this, not showing any remorse, not apologizing, grifting, fundraising, they are just guaranteed that Karmelo is going to spend 35 years getting bitten over. That's what.
But they're not smart enough to understand that.
But what we have
unacceptable. No, none of that is acceptable.
As responsible adults.
None of that is acceptable.
What we have to do as responsible adults is make sure that no other children, no other young people allow themselves to lose control and end up in this situation. I'm not
right. Keep your hands to yourself. That's what you do. Keep your hands.
Yeah, he's right. You should keep your hands.
Yes, you're all right. Keep your hand to yourself. But guess what? If you're a child and you just so happen to put your hand on somebody, like I say, shove them, like what was testified on the oath, he was a light shove. You don't kill somebody. And if that was your son, you wouldn't be saying. And again, that's another thing I told people. You think this a game and it's a big joke, and you trying to call yourself, because again, see when you hate somebody, you unforgiving of somebody, you have hate in your heart and unforgiveness, it makes you look stupid, it makes you do stupid things. So because most people have hate in their heart and unforgiveness in their heart for what white people have done their great grandparent, and they may be having they may be down on their luck, and because they were raised to believe that it's the white man's fault, that's their reason for also hating white people. They don't understand that and they think their hate is justifiable. They don't understand that, number one, that's going to keep them out of heaven. And they're not ready to tell God, well, God, the white, no, that's number one. But number two, they justifying and celebrate Austin's death, not understanding that's a curse that can come on them, skip them, or come on their children. That's how stupid they is. But let's continue. I'm not going to say stupid. That's how intellectually disabled they are.
Yourself. But even if somebody touches you or pushes you or hits you, you cannot bring deadly force into a conflict when there's
no you defend your
being used. You can't do it. If you do that, you're gonna end up going to prison for 35 years. You're gonna end up going to jail. You're gonna lose your life, and that's the problem. Now I'm gonna let this gentleman finish saying what he has.
That's a personal.
I'm gonna let him finish talking, and then we're gonna move on to the next person. Go ahead, James Harlan. Let's hear what you got to say. Go ahead. So hold on, let me unmute you. Go ahead, sir. Respectfully.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes,
I appreciate the opportunity. And you are being unfair and you're not being open-mindedness. open-minded. Excuse me.
You're right. I'm not going to be open-minded because there's a dead 17-year-old boy.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going to talk. So,
and another young man that's in jail for 35 years. No need to be open-minded. Now we have to be honest.
You said you wanted
assertive, and we have to talk to people.
If you want
to talk to young people and let them know that this is not the proper course of action. And parents, responsible parents, have to tell their children that they have to learn to control their emotions. All right. Thank you, Mr. James Harlem. I appreciate you, Mr. James Harlem. Everybody's passionate. I appreciate the passion. Shout out to the passionate people. I appreciate you. But the bottom line is what we're not going to do on this channel. Okay. What we're not going to do on this channel is have a bunch of other young people signing their death warrants. Okay.
Straight up.
There's enough blame to go around. One young man put his hands on another young man and he shouldn't have done that. Russell. That's the old road car. One young man put his hands on another young man and he shouldn't have done that. Another young man, in my opinion, in the jury's opinion, responded in a way that was disproportionate to the action. I have no problem with a good fist fight. No problem with that. I raised my sons, okay, to defend themselves. I myself practice multiple forms of martial arts, boxing and jiu-jitsu. You all see my freshly striped purple belt in jiu-jitsu here. This is my sons, okay, because conflict happens, okay? We fight anybody, big people, small people. I don't want to hear it. Control your emotions is what I'm trying to explain to you. In young men especially, we have a lot of young men out here who think that they can get away with the things that, you know, they shouldn't think they should get away with, and they suffer the consequences. That's what we need to deal with.
Yeah. But, you know, again, that's being reasonable, right? And you're talking to people who are not reasonable, okay? So, you know, I just found that clip to be fascinating. I think it perfectly encapsulates the problem, right? The issue that we're dealing with as Black people is that we have people who are just not very smart, right? A lot of these individuals are just not very smart. Again, the irony here is that the pro-Blackly Black tried to accuse the lawyer of being closed-minded when the person that's actually closed-minded is the pro-Blackly Black, right? Because the pro-Blackly Black has...
Right. They the closed-minded one. They only see everything through race, which automatically by default lowers your IQ, lowers the way you process things, because you don't look at nothing but through the lens of race, nothing else. Not logic, not discernment, not wisdom, nothing. Right? Not even basic common sense. And then that's what they do. Now you all this, you all that. You're not educated. You're not this. You're not that. Yes, sir, I am. You're the one who are intellectually disabled. Let's continue.
Convince themselves in their tiny pea brain, right, in their mind, that Karmelo's innocent and that anything outside of that, right, is some grand conspiracy, right? Is white supremacy, it's racism, hate, and bigotry. And again, these are really the closed-minded people, right? Like, and that's the problem, right? The problem is that you can't tell Black people to control their emotions, because if you do that, that's seen as anti-Black, right? So I don't know, man. I just found that to be, again, a very interesting clip because, again, it shows the real issue. You cannot reason with these people. You cannot sit them down and explain, here's why you're wrong, right? Here's what you're missing. You can't do it because they've already convinced themselves that what they believe is true, and there's nothing that you tell. There's no amount of evidence, facts, reason, nothing that can change their minds. And that's the unfortunate reality that we're living in. So if you know what you got to say, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share. A Black conservative perspective. Peace.
You have treated yourself as your own playground and your own body through
This one, yeah, we're gonna do it like that.
We can't go on.
So what I'm gonna play to you now is a piece from Mr. Jason Whitlock. I've played him several times on the channel. Don't always agree with him, but most of the time I do. He do have a lot of knowledge and wisdom. He comes from a pro-truth perspective, a pro-Christ perspective. Some of you may know him. He used to be, I believe, on Fox Sports Radio, Fox Sports. He had his own show called Speak for Yourself. But as soon as he became conservative, everybody, you know, if you black and you became conservative, you know what happened, which is just being pro-truth, pro-Christ, and looking at things from a wisdom perspective, looking at things from a common sense perspective. Once you do that and you don't look at everything through black, you automatically cast away. And so that's what pretty much happened to him. But he was able to come up with his own platform, and he released a lot of good things. And this he speak on one, he gonna address this situation. And so without further ado, let's get into it.
I can't breathe. Americans can't breathe. We need air. Assimilation, incarceration, reservations. We can't go on like this. We can't surrender our neighborhoods, our cities to the unfathered young men who killed Uncle Jimmy, the antisocial, rebellious, nihilistic young men who kill as indiscriminately as Karmelo Anthony.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone.
We can't continue to hand over our culture to the demonic, degenerate, sexually perverted, nihilistic rap music of Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, Cardi B, and Diddy. We have to eliminate the low IQ nitwits from political office. America has been here before with Native American Indian culture. They were offered to join the great American experiment. Everybody's welcome, but you don't get to remove the Christian values that made us great. We need air, assimilation, incarceration, reservations. Hey, just like I told you, there would be no riots after the Karmelo Anthony verdict. And I was right about that. But there has been a different form of rioting that I did not predict or see coming. And it doesn't undermine what I said earlier, like, hey, there's not going to be looting and rioting, blah, blah, blah. But there has been something almost nearly as bad. People are rioting and looting their brains online. People are saying crazy things in defense of Karmelo Anthony. And I think it points to a delusion that is popular among women, and particularly Black women, a rejection of the consequence of a matriarchal culture. And so they can't acknowledge that they've created a matriarchal culture that's toxic and dangerous and lethal and damaging. They can't acknowledge that. And so they're saying really ridiculous things, defending Karmelo Anthony because they're defending this demonic culture that Black people have adopted, Black people have been baited into, and now in order to defend our racial idolatry, we have to defend some of the dumbest, most repulsive behavior on the planet. A kid, Karmelo Anthony, murdered another kid, stabbed him with a knife because, I don't know, he was pushed or they told him to leave a tent. And so now people are defending this. One of the craziest things I saw was from a Howard professor. I think this was a tweet. I thought I saw it, read the tweet, but I thought actually there was video, but I think we have the tweet where the person is arguing that that the guy's son, Dr. Stacy Patton, that Jeff Metcalf's son is dead because you failed to teach him that Black boys have boundaries. So I read this, and I'm going to read you an excerpt. You failed to teach your boy that Black children have boundaries. You failed to teach humility, restraint, or the sacred fact that another person's body is not your jurisdiction. You failed to teach him that another child's space is not a challenge to be conquered. You failed to teach him that community does not mean white boys get to decide who belongs and who does not. You obviously failed to teach your son that touching, confronting, crowding, testing, or policing another person can have consequences. And you failed to teach him that the same world that cheers white boys for being bold and aggressive will not always be there to save them when they mistake somebody else's restraint for permission.
For 250 years, America stood for freedom, opportunity, and taking care of one another.
That's why during our 250th celebration, everyone gets Ford employee pricing and lifetime oil changes on new Ford vehicles.
With pickup and delivery and mobile service, we make it easy.
Only at Mike Willis Ford, the way it should be.
Thinking about getting the Magic Canyon water machine? It might not work with your source water. Don't spend the money until you find out if it will. Click the water checker link below and find out right now. It's free and it's instant. Don't buy it until you know.
This is insanity. And when I talk about a reprobate mind, this is what I'm talking about. This is what, not me, what the Bible, what God says about giving people over to a reprobate mind. This is what I'm talking about, because this same woman, like if someone gets pulled over by the police and the police say, hey, do this, and the Black person crowds the police officer's space, puts their hands on the police officer, disobeys, she won't teach Black children about the consequences of that. But two kids arguing about, hey, this is my high school's tent. You don't go to this high school, leave. And there's other Black kids from that high school in that tent. She's come up with some crazy justification. And this is a doctor. And a lot of these things that we're seeing are Black women making the most ridiculous arguments in the history of the planet, justifying the murder of Karmelo Anthony. I obviously, this is better than rioting and looting, but there's part of me like, man, I think it'd have been a better look if we had rioted and looted. I think this might be better than the idiocy that's being expressed all online, and people are looking at this, reading this, going, this is what Black people think? Let's play spot 15. This is a Black woman yelling about Karmelo Anthony in self-defense.
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion.
That's what Karmelo was doing. Protecting his mother's family.
That's insanity. Absolute insanity. Let's play shot 14. Black woman talking about the Collin County District Attorney.
Come out here to play. I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer. Then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a damn DA with this foolishness. Did you know? Hold this, please. I got you. That there is a 70.
And you know what's funny again, and I gotta keep saying, and I gotta beat this and beat this and beat this. This woman will not. I'm gonna tell you this, bro. I'm not gonna say it would drastically go do a 360, but the black community would do a 180 overnight. If these people had this same energy for the black women who are aborting their babies, for the black on black crime, all of the things that's really affecting our community, if they use their voice to speak for that every single day on every single platform, it would, listen, the black community in 10 years would be probably at the top of the food chain, not number 2 or 3. But they wait till something like this happen, where this young man, yes, he made a mistake, takes the life of another white, because that's the only reason it is. Right there in that same city of Dallas, well, that was a suburb, Frisco, but that's Dallas metropolitan. You know the black crime that go on black crime, and the black men that send it. These people don't say nothing. Big Mouth Jam and Crockett, that's her district. They say nothing. But this is the opportunity they take because the victim was white. Well, let's continue.
5-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer, where you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read.
And look at her. Look at her. All of the black men behind her, the weak black men who was raised by their mama, sucker. This how this woman talking. This is supposed to be a educated woman. This is supposed to be a community leader, black leader. And this how she's acting. Sucker. See, this is the community that's supposed to be want all the respect from the world. We this smart. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Let me read. The black cow and the kettle black cow, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you
listen. Why didn't you been address the DA? If this is true, I don't know if this is true. Apparently it's not, because he's still an acting DA. But let's just say whatever she's saying is true. Let's say the DA is a mass murderer and nobody knew it till now. Let's just say that. Why are you waiting till now to come up with this? Also, this doesn't change the fact that this man killed somebody. I mean, again, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing, and the world is watching. Let's continue.
So you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby, that's colder than the media. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of it, show you how disgusting this joke is.
It's serious.
After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TCATD.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, man. But being it is a quote unquote a situation where it's a black boy versus a white boy, nobody gonna say nothing. We all gonna unify under this woman's voice, under this woman's leadership. Let's continue.
CAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on. More than once, she tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical encounters were unwanted and sexual in nature. Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020. This role put her under the supervision of Chief Prickle. With moaning continued, the most recent of the sexualized hugs back in April 2022. We got a damn freak, but for
You hear this?
but
Y'all
you
hear
want to
this?
talk about Karmelo Anthony? No, we're gonna talk about you because. Because
This is insane. This is a level of it. And look, I know this isn't everybody. And I know that most Black women are on their job somewhere, taking care of their kids, taking care of their family. I get it, that she doesn't represent all Black women. She doesn't represent all women. But this disease, this toxic disease that's spreading everywhere and painting a picture of Black people and Black women as deranged. This can't go unchecked. We can't just let this go unchecked. It's painting a horrible picture, and young people are picking up on this. And it's like any behavior can be excused and justified. Well, it's racism. And don't you know that DA? He a freak for real. And we know what Paces is. And it can't go unchecked. It can't go uncriticized. It's having an impact. It is. Black, without male authority, without patriarchal leadership, and y'all can sit there as Black women and say, well, these men, they cheat on us. Well, these men, they do this and they do that, and I'm not putting up with it. This show is called Harmony because everything from a biblical perspective, or tries to be, as best to my ability. And I'll bring on Virgil and Anthony and others to correct me when I stray off course. Sometimes I won't, because I'm doing this show solo, just because I feel confident in my position. But this rejection of submitting to male authority, and there is a rejection of submitting to male authority, and Black women think that they're on this planet, and women think that they're on this planet to pleasure themselves, and that there are no consequences for their behavior, because the government spends all of its time trying to provide a soft landing for any mistake that the irresponsible make. And so women, but in particular Black women, are like, hey man, I'm gonna get married, and it doesn't go well. I'm gonna do what's best for me. I'm not gonna do what's best for the child. I'm gonna do what's best for me. I don't like this man that I married. I don't like this man that I spread my legs to. Let him enter me. Let him impregnate me. I don't like him. I'm exiting. I'm not going to try to work this out. I'm not going to suffer anything. I'm getting out of here. The government's going to give me a check, or I'm going to get a job, and I'm going to work 2 jobs, or I'm going to find a man that will sleep with me and pay me. I'm going to figure out a way that I don't have to look at the man that I chose to marry and have kids with. I'm not putting up with anything. I've only got one life to live, and I must be happy. And I don't care if my kids suffer in a matriarchal culture. I don't care if there's data out here that just shows the consequences that the kids pay when the father's out of the home and when there's no matriarchal leadership. I don't care. I'm the exception. I'm special. This man did me wrong, and God's just going to have to understand. And everybody in America is suffering the consequences of this mindset. And I'm not letting men off the hook. We have to do better. We have to show some sexual discipline. We have to conquer our lust. We have to be more responsible. We have to be more discriminate about what women we lay down with. We're part of the problem. But there is a problem. And there's a reason why our kids, Black kids, are featured in so many Black fatigue and teen takeover and violent videos, and why our murder rate of each other and of other races is so astronomical and out of proportion. It's matriarchal culture and the reprobated mind of American Black women. And it's on display everywhere. And I'm telling you, if I had a choice, it would be a difficult choice. Would I prefer rioting and looting over all of these videos and all these women posting their illogical thoughts and men co-signing it and men kissing the rear end of these insane women? So married with kids or just later culture. This matriarchal female that let me play you this next clip. Go ahead and play it.
I'm so proud of y'all for killing that white boy. See, they not used to this shit happening to them, y'all. My only problem is it should happen more. This is where I'm fucking up with. This is where I got a problem with my people. It should happen more. We should make a day like every Thursday or every Wednesday where we just wake up and fuck up a white girl or a white boy. Just pick a little girl, smack the shit out of her. Little boy, smack the shit out of him. Old lady, white, whatever. We should set up a day once a week where we just fuck them up, y'all, until they go back to the mountains. Yeah, let's set a day where we just fuck them up. Oh, just cause we wake up, we yawn, we brush our teeth, we wash our face, and we go outside and we just fuck them up. First, that's how we gotta start getting our day started. Can we please pick a day where we just fuck them white people up? Just beat their ass, especially the old ones. Just beat their ass, the kids. Just beat their ass. Everybody, get in the comments. Let's set up a day where we just where's National Fuck White People Up Day. Seriously, we just beat them up. Just walk up to them and be there. Shit about to change whether they know it or not. They talking all this shit online, this racist shit, but the reality, they gonna have to get out here with us in a minute. And boy, I can't wait the day we beat the fuck out these crackers. They don't stand a chance. I just can't wait to take these hands. Oh, it's about to be soon. Good job, y'all. Let's set a day we do that to their kids more. I hope their kids rotting in hell. As a matter of fact, I wish I knew what a little white boy grave was so I can go spit on that bitch. Dig him up, smack him up again, stab him up again, put his ass back in there. Let's set a day where we just beat their ass, y'all. Let's get them.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation.
Up, smack him up again, stab him up again, put his ass back in there.
Now I already covered this idiot in the earlier video on this series, but I want to see what Jason gonna say.
I said a day where we just beat their ass, y'all. Let's get them.
We haven't lived long enough. Those of us still alive, we weren't around. We've seen this before, but you have to go into the history books. There's no one living from this time. But it wasn't that long ago that if there had been cell phones, you would have seen Native Americans, Indians making videos like what we just saw. And they would have been arguing that, hey, let's just go F up some white people. Let's go kill them, blah, blah, blah. And they would actually have more of a legitimate gripe. Well, hey, man, we were over here with our savage culture and we were minding our own business. So we were being savages to each other. We had all kinds of little different tribes, different gangs, Indian tribes, gangs, and we were savage to each other. And we did all kinds of despicable, brutal things to each other. And that was our culture. That's what we did. And then this white man came over here with a gun and he conquered us. And now he's telling us that our savage culture is inappropriate and doesn't work with his Christian value. And so, the way we brutalized and treated women, hey, this white man in this new culture, they don't want to be that kind of savage to their women. And they don't want to be that kind of savage to each other, cutting each other's scalps off and all of that, and eating each other. Because if they tell you the truth, they've romanticized the Indian Native American culture that was around in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s. They've romanticized. They just sat around and smoked weed and just wanted peace with everybody. The peace pipe. We've been here before. We've seen this. Black people, we just want to sit around and smoke weed. And the Crips and Bloods and the Gangster Disciples and the Vice Lords and the other gang, we just want to have, we're going to be savages to each other. We're not going to conform. We don't want to assimilate. And eventually, America was like, okay, you don't want to assimilate? We'll incarcerate. And then, incarceration's not enough. We'll offer you reservations. And you can go do all that savage stuff. You can drink whiskey and wine and smoke weed amongst yourself and live as savages and do all that you want to do. But we're moving right along here with this Christian culture. That's where we're at. And I get what I'm saying sounds really harsh and it's really dangerous because there are plenty of idiots like that guy that just take that. Surely raised by some woman, nihilistic mindset, same mindset that the 3 kids that just killed Uncle Jimmy in his driveway, in his car, shot in the back of the head. This nihilistic mindset, this antisocial, rebellious mindset that has been installed, planted, reinforced, promoted in the minds of Black children, and the rejection of assimilation. And that's why so many people like me are like, hey man, I can't breathe. Americans are saying, I can't breathe. This culture that does not want to assimilate and wants to impose and bake their culture into American culture. And they're savages. They want to hunt and kill each other. They want to take verbal disputes and turn them into physical disputes and turn them into murderous disputes. They speak a different language. They're hard to communicate with. When you confront them and say, hey man, that doesn't coincide with the laws of this country. They just start looping. I ain't do nothing. Don't you put your hands on me. Don't you put your hands on me. Don't you put your hands on me. They just start talking in a loop fashion because they never took the time to get educated, and so they can't communicate at a sophisticated level. They don't have the language of resolution, which is the word of God, because they can't read. They haven't been taught to read. Their culture doesn't respect reading. And so they're denied the word of God. They're denied an understanding of the word of God. They're in total rebellion to the word of God. And we're just surrendering our cities and neighborhoods to this culture, this matriarchal, dumbed down, retarded culture. At some point, we have to say, like, hey, I can't breathe. We can't breathe. We need air. And so we need to do what we did here in America previously. You offer the rebellious, nihilistic people, hey, look, we got an offer. Assimilation. Assimilate into our culture. Yes, it's Christian culture. Yes, we unapologetically believe that our Christian culture is superior to your savage culture, to your Indian culture, Black culture, whatever you want to call it. We think Christian culture is superior. We offer you the chance to assimilate into it. If you don't want to assimilate and you want to break our laws and become violent and hurt people and be a menace and create chaos, we're going to offer you incarceration. We'll lock you up and we'll put you in a cage and treat you like an animal and a child. We'll offer you the Bible while you're there. We'll offer you some educational programs. We'll 3 hots and a cot. And maybe you'll decide after incarceration, hey, I'd like assimilation. Or maybe you'll opt into reservations. And we've set aside some land for you and your matriarchal leadership and your savage culture. You can do it here. You can smoke weed, get high, drink lean, listen to every single song Jay-Z has ever written or performed on your reservation. Have at it. Choose your own leaders. But that's where we're at.
Absolutely.
We need AIR. AIR. Assimilation, incarceration, and reservations. That's the solution. And it's harsh. And women won't go for it. And fake Christians, oh, Whitlock's racist. He's an Uncle Tom or he's a sellout. I'm a Christian.
Period.
I'm offering you Christianity. Surrender to Jesus Christ. Assimilate into traditional American Christian culture. It's the greatest gift we have to offer. We're offering it to you. And we're willing to hey, okay, you're a little resistant. Well, let's incarcerate you for a while, and then we'll see if you're willing to accept this Christian culture. And then once you reject that, hey, go do your own thing. Go do you in this other place. And I'm telling you, let's offer them Georgia, the entire state. And they can do them. While we try to make an attempt to serve God. That's the solution.
Hi. Now we're comfortable, let's talk urine leakage. Tena Men Maximum Guards are designed for men. For men.
And how can I sit quietly and watch this and not address it and not Welcome to the Harmony Channel. I'm Jason Whitlock. You just got me today. We're a little bit behind schedule because we went so long on the main show. Hope you enjoyed it, but I want to get to this latest trend over TikTok, the Austin bot. And you've heard me talking about, yesterday, I'm talking about how, hey man, this thing around Karmelo Anthony, this thing around the Austin Metcalf murder, this feels satanic. This feels spiritual. This feels plotted and calculated And maybe I'm going to be the only one to go down this path and try to get you educated on, like, hey, what is really going on here? And you have to put your biblical lens on. You have to look at this through a spiritual warfare situation. Like, what is going on with Black kids? They've invented a dance that mocks the killing of Austin Metcalf. And they're doing this over TikTok. I want to play you the clip.
Shameful.
I tell the Drake flag, I go flat face, get behind us. Off the bar, like that blood on the tip when he drop. How the fuck you gonna stop me? Shit, niggas going out back, Marlo out the box. He died before I put this book, but I guess die. Nigga, text my phone, talk about him like my city got stopped all night.
Are you kidding me? For those of you that are only listening to the audio, there are kids dancing around. Austin Bop got blood on the tippity top. But for those of you that are only listening, these kids are they're holding knives and or they're pretending like they're stabbing themselves. This is popular over TikTok. And maybe it's AI. I don't know, but I think it's real. It wouldn't shock me. We keep going this direction. And I could sit here and offer up theories, conspiracy theories of like, hey, no, Black kids are being baited into doing this and they can't really be this way. But how can I say that when I see teen takeovers and Black kids all over the country in these major urban cities just out causing chaos, out having violent conflicts with each other, with white people, with whomever? And how can I sit quietly and watch this and not address it and not crying out to God, crying out to help me understand what is going on here? There is a crisis, a pandemic of satanic behavior, chaotic behavior. And I'm sorry, I have to put a color on it because there is a particular color that's being brainwashed into thinking that violence against white people is justified and violence and conflict about any and everything is justified and normal. We just, the murder trial, the whole defense, and you have, again, it's not a great number of people, but it's enough people that are pretending like, well, self-defense justifies murdering a 17-year-old boy because the 17-year-old boy pushed the other kid.
United Healthcare is celebrating Special Olympics athletes.
Let's all come together.
Because when we show up for everyone, we
boy, because the 17-year-old boy pushed the other kid. And there are people making this argument, and they're not being shouted down by enough people for the message to get through. And even if they are getting shouted down, they don't care. They're doing TikTok dances that mock killing a 17-year-old child. I've lived long enough to know this type of behavior completely unacceptable. And what are like, hey man, we need to get this person help. They need an exorcism. They think there's something fun about mocking another 17-year-old child that was murdered for no reason. And look, you can make the argument, hey, Jason, there was no social media when you were a kid. And if there had been social media when you were a kid, kids would have been doing this. Perhaps that's the argument. But that's not the solution. That doesn't mean we should ignore it.
Absolutely not.
This is a brain rot and a lunacy and an it's not delusion, a mental illness, a sickness, a reprobate mind, and a culture that is producing reprobate minds, a culture that has no respect for life. I'm asking sincerely, and tell me in the chat. We'll read your chats. I would put someone help me. What should we be doing? What is the reaction? What is the explanation? And again, I have my theories that when you reject God, when you walk away from all Christian principles, when you make your skin color your identity, rather than your relationship with your Lord and Savior, your identity. When you make your skin color your identity, when your skin color becomes your religion, and you've completely rejected God, and you have, even though I go to church on Sundays and I pray, but when your behavior and your worldview is totally dictated on skin color, you're going to be given over to a reprobate mind. And that's what we're witnessing from too many young Black kids. We have an anti-white racism problem in America. No one wants to talk about it. Everyone wants to pretend like, no, we got Black racism. Didn't you hear? Someone said the N-word someplace. And that's racism. No, what racism is when a child murders another child, and based on race, one group says, well, no, that was actually self-defense, and we need to be merciful and graceful with the child that did the murdering. And we need to mock that child and his family. There are people, someone just got arrested. I'm not sure if it was for this, but there was someone that went and pissed on Austin Metcalf's grave, or pretended to, or something. What are we doing? What are we allowing? Why isn't everybody? Clearly, young people are in total crisis. And there's a certain demographic that's in more crisis than everybody else. The Austin Bop. And I mean, the kids that are doing this dance, like, get them some help. They clearly need it. I'm just offering up theories, and I want to hear yours. But you've heard me talk about, like, and you just heard me talk today about Kendrick Perkins on Fearless, where I'm just talking about, like, he's adopted a language that escalates conflict. And he doesn't have the vocabulary to understand language that de-escalates conflict. And what I'm saying is there is a form.
See, Jason, we're like a little older, so he kind of like lost with this. I'm not at all lost, because I listen to the rap music sometimes when I'm working out, and I know the culture. It's the culture. We rap, brag, celebrate, glorify death of our ops, our enemies. And so when you're raised that the white man is your enemy, and we see now, again, right now, the cool thing if you're Black is to automatically support Karmelo, doesn't matter what. Knowing if that was your brother who got stabbed, you would have that energy, but you don't think that far when you racist, when you dumb, when you stupid, when you feel with hate toward a race for nothing. Right? And their parent I'm not gonna say this 1000%, but for the most part, this could they even heard their parent in support of that young man, Karmelo, despite what he did. So I'm not surprised. He's surprised because he's an older guy. He know the culture. He speak on it, but he don't know it as good as me as a younger man. This is their culture. I'm not surprised at all. But let's continue.
Of music that escalates conflict, promotes satanic energy, promotes nihilism, promotes violence, unrepentant violence, and it's called hip hop. And I don't want to hear about rock and roll music. What's the rock and roll music that everyone loves to throw up in my face? Or people, it's like with Ozzy Osbourne or somebody, not metal. I thought maybe it is metal or whatever, but there's some sort of rock music that is violent, death metal, I guess. That's not the same as hip hop. And it's just, death metal doesn't define. No, I've never heard white people say, our culture is death. But I hear black people say hip hop is our culture. And anytime,
it is.
Anywhere you drive in a major city, pretty much, you can roll your window down and you'll hear the profanity and the degeneracy of hip hop music at some point along your drive. Someone will have their window rolled down and they'll be blaring that music out of their car, or they'll be walking the street with this death hip hop music playing. You'll hear N words and B words and whole words and killing words and just violent words and sexually degenerate words. That's the background music for America in major cities. And there are certain kids that are clearly being changed by the vibrations and the lyrics and the melody. Their hearts are being tuned towards violence and nihilism and degeneracy. And did I already say violence? And so, did you hear Austin Bop? It's a rap song where you mimic stabbing someone. That's the dance. We're programming kids for their own destruction and for the destruction of this country. And under the pretense of, I don't want to be racist, let's don't talk about it. We have to talk about it.
Dear Acorns, I'm planting seed with deep intention for my children and grandchildren as the first time.
Let's don't talk about it. We have to talk about it.
And you know how hard it is.
And so, did you hear Austin Bop? It's a rap song. You mimic stabbing something. Did we end segregation by not talking about it? And by not talking about the racist white people that were. And so, did you hear Austin Bop? It's a rap song where you mimic. We're programming kids for their own destruction and for the destruction of this country. And under the pretense of, I don't want to be racist, let's don't talk about it. We have to talk about it. Did we end segregation by not talking about it? And by not talking about the racist white people that were installing segregation?
No, Jason, they don't want. They love to talk. They love to talk about it, but they want to blame the white man instead of looking in the mirror and course correcting, because that's uncomfortable. That means you have to be accountable for who you're raising, who you reproduce with, what culture they're raised in, what they believe in, what they're doing. So when you say nobody want to talk about it, yeah, everybody loves to talk. They just don't want to talk about the thing that points the arrow at them. But let's continue.
Every day that this kind of stuff goes on, those racist white people look brilliant. Because if you think I want to, or anybody with a brain wants to live around kids that will do the Austin Bop, put themselves on camera and send it out into the universe, hey, I'm making fun of another child who was murdered in cold blood.
Man.
I don't want to live around them. I don't want to be around them.
Me neither. Absolutely not.
I've so transformed my mind, I don't want to be around anybody that listens to rap music. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the profanity. I don't want to hear the degeneracy. I don't want to hear the nihilism. I sit here and think about the way that I'm feeling. And I go, damn, if I think this way.
Imagine what the people who run the world think. Exactly.
What conversations
and
are
this is the thing.
they having in their home?
And this is the thing. Niggas will be quick to holler about who cares about white people and what they think. You do, nigga. You on every social media platform crying and whining about it. So you care. And guess who else care? I care. You know why? Because you niggas don't own nothing. You niggas don't run nothing but y'all mouth. The people who own stuff that we need and own stuff to make this world turn is white people and people that's coming over here from other countries, not you niggas. Cars, planes, internet, cell phones, spaceships, corporation that hires hundreds and thousands of people. All of that is white people and people that come here. You niggas don't own nothing but a passport with a whole bunch of stamps in it, some designer clothes, a foreign car, and a good job for Mr. Charlie. So when y'all get on here, we don't care about white people. Yes, y'all do. And we all do. And we all need to, because they running shit. They the boss of America. And who would want to piss off the boss? And that's why I made this series. Because that's what you niggas have been doing with this whole situation. And y'all hurt everybody. But y'all don't care. Because y'all upset about something that happened to y'all great. And the thing is about that, you find black people just so toe up. It's not about that. They don't care about slavery. They don't care about that. Half of the black people in the world right now, they don't care about a nigga. They don't care about their own family members after one disagreement. They don't care about their own family members if they got one less dollar than them or they fellow black man or woman. They don't care. That's just a reason for them to justify and cope with their horrible lifestyle because of their decisions or their bad parents. And it's simple as that. Let's continue, man.
And trust, I know that's just a small percentage of black. Not a small percentage co-signing this news.
Thank you.
There's not a small percentage of the people that are probably right now in the chat. And let me get over here.
Right? Even if it is a small percentage, the bad part about it is the people in this world don't know the difference that run the world, but also the people who are in power, our people supposed to be leaders or whatever you want to call them, they not calling this out. Instead, they telling you to focus on something that's not a problem, and that's the white man. Let's continue.
Here and see if I can read your text. I don't even know how to, that I'm sure are killing me. And, all Jason does is, talk about Black people, and he won't point out all the horrendous things that white people are doing. And I'm struggling here to find today's show. I'm gonna get there. Here we go. I'm at a loss. My level of frustration, my level of concern, just continues to go through the roof as we continue to ignore what's going on with young people, how nihilistic young people are, how normalized their nihilistic mentality has become.
The new Stiger SCW01 is engineered specifically for discrete catheter coil winding, delivering stable tension, precise pitch transitions, and repeatable coil geometry.
Has become, and it's the adults. I was having this conversation earlier. We can blame the kids, but there's an adult class that has poisoned the mindset of kids. Convince them that they're victims. Convince them that white people are the worst thing that's ever happened to them, and white people are responsible for any and every bad thing that's happened to them. No one takes any accountability for anything. And we saw this, I believe, yesterday play out on The View. Whoopi Goldberg got into a discussion with J.D. Vance and started talking about how Black history is being removed and Black heroes are being removed. And Chad Jackson, I thought, had an amazing response to her. And I see, based on the clip, we didn't include we need the whole full clip of Whoopi and Chad Jackson's response. Chad, who's been on this show, I thought analyzed this.
I called early. I talked about him early. I talked about the great Chad Jackson early, but I want to see what he's gonna say about this. Then we're gonna move forward.
We'll start by playing SOT 6, but I want the full deal where Chad responds, because I think he nails this. But let's start by playing SOT 6.
What did Black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family.
Sure.
So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of Black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because I know Emmett Till was the kid.
Yeah.
No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm talking
your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country.
So, did you hear the audience groan, like when J.D. Vance asked a clarifying question, like, "Hey, Whoopi, I think you're trying to explain something, but could you clarify it for me?" And I was, how dare you ask for a Black woman to clarify her point when she's claiming something racist happened and she's used the name Emmett Till? How dare you ask for clarity? And I'm sure that's a group of white liberal women in the audience that are horrified. A Black woman's talking and you're questioning her? You're asking for clarity? We don't do that in America. Don't you know that proper white people, we just accept whatever Whoopi Goldberg says is the problem? And Whoopi had no explanation. She couldn't clarify her point. She didn't have one other than she was tugging at the emotions and tugging at the white guilt. And basically, don't you understand black people are victims? And as long as we continue to pump out that message and just shove it down the throats of young people, don't be surprised when they respond like angry, anti-white bigots that think, hey, Austin Metcalf got murdered and we should do a dance about it. Do we have the full clip with Chad Jackson's response? I want to play, before you play that one, let's play SOT 7. But let's play, this is Whoopi and JD Vance talking about crime in black neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Be fair.
Don't start this stuff
All
with
right,
me,
okay,
man. Don't
all right.
get me in trouble.
I misinterpreted your question. Let me answer your actual question. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by share of population, blackest cities in the United States of America, has seen a radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
But why does the crime? Where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is about
lost their jobs.
Right. This is about
Sonny,
rights.
what you're saying is we got to do more on the economy.
And black history is not erased from public
Black history is not
That
erased
is
from
true.
public
Guys,
spaces.
you have to get to it wrong when we get back to some very important
I'm telling you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys might be skeptical of this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Please, we have more with Vice President JD Vance when we come back.
My feet are killing me.
But they don't have to. Try Dr. Scholl's 24-hour energy insoles with boosting beads that take the pressure off for all-day comfort and energy boosting support.
Not killing me.
Dr. Scholl's, new life for your feet.
It's not a phase. It's the Doodle lifestyle. The innovative Furminator Doodle grooming system tames coat chaos.
They're acting like this group of idiots in their audience that steals and clapping them on. Like crime isn't a major issue in the black community, and that black citizens aren't screaming out, hey, something's got to be done about crime. And JD Vance is giving them an honest answer like, hey, we've heard your complaints, and in Washington, D.C., we're demonstrating, we're trying to address the problem that you say exists in your neighborhood. And so they've addressed it, and crime has been reduced, and the neighborhoods are safer, but they don't want to give him credit for that. They want, no, we're not talking about that. And this group of rich, liberal, feminist women are acting like, no, that's not what black people are worried about. They don't have any concerns about that. They care about health insurance or these mid-level executives that had government jobs that got laid off. That's the real issue. As if safety isn't a woman's primary concern. She values safety. And so by trying to give them what women and the matriarchal culture has asked for, safety, well, now you're racist because you have what we really want are jobs, government jobs, and you've laid us off from them. But let's play the entire exchange between, or a chunk of the exchange between Chad Jackson, JD Vance and Whoopi, and Chad Jackson's interpretation of what Whoopi is doing. Let's play that.
What do black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color. When you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of Black heroes, how does that sit with you?
What exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just, I know
about
Emmett Till was Emmett Till was a kid.
All the yeah.
No, I want to know what she's.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that, and also to denigrate Black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream. How you know better.
Okay, so I can tell you exactly what Whoopi Goldberg is experiencing in that clip. She's at a loss of words. She can't really give examples for what it is she's talking about. What she's experiencing subconsciously, maybe even consciously, although I really doubt it, is that she's concerned that her interpretation of history, which, make no mistake about it, is a Marxian embellishment of history, is becoming less and less effective as a political weapon to get Americans to comply and to acquiesce to this kind of Marxist agenda that America has been on for a very long time. People are beginning to wise up to the fact that much of the history that we received in our schooling has been a Marxian interpretation of things that occurred in the past, be it the civil rights movement, the feminist movement, all of these movements, the Emmett Till story even. A lot of these things, if not all of these things, have been a leftist kind of interpretation of the history. People are beginning to wise up to that fact and beginning to dig into the history for themselves so as to not continually and perpetually be guilted and battered into compliance. And so she's afraid of that, and many people of her contingent are afraid of that, and I think it's a good thing.
So obviously, Chad has a huge vocabulary and a huge understanding of American history. I'm going to attempt to dumb down what he just said to a level that is really easily understood. What Whoopi Goldberg and Black leftists and white leftists are afraid of is that a large part of white America is saying, hey, no, I'm not racist. You're racist. And hey, I know you're using history to say that I'm racist. And now people are saying, no, I've actually studied the history. And I'm not accepting what the public school system is shoving down my throat, my kids' throats, my kids' kids' throats, and the rest of America, that America and everything America's done to Black people explains everything bad that's happened to Black people. White people and rational Black people are saying, no, Black people are self-destructing. They've turned away from God. Chad has been at the forefront of and part of the reason they're turning away from God is because MLK directed them to turn away from God. Martin Luther King Jr. and turn to skin color.
I got that on my channel. Go check that out. I got a 3-part series on that. Let's continue.
As the religion.
On how Martin Luther King was bad for Black people. But let's continue.
And white people and rational Black people are saying, oh, you think skin color explains everything? Well, I think you're wrong and you're stupid. I think your rejection of Christian values, your rejection of common sense, your unwillingness to commit to marriage in a real way and raise your kids, I think that explains everything. And I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that. I'm going to reject your leftist brainwashing lies. He calls it Marxianism or Marxist, which he's accurate about, but I'm just giving it to you in layman's terms.
Straight up.
I'm rejecting your narrative that I and or my ancestors are responsible for your decision to walk away from marriage, to walk away from God's prescription for family. And if your children have reprobate minds and do teen takeovers and want to do the Austin Bop dance on TikTok, don't put that on me. That's your fault.
Uh-oh.
Spend a little less, sleep a
The
little
jig
more.
is up. The jig is up.
That's the history that's being taken down. No one teaches us about slavery anymore. That's all they've taught is slavery for decades. And they haven't told the truth about slavery for decades. And they're, oh, Donald Trump and the MAGA movement and this new era. People are actually focused on like, well, who sold y'all into slavery? Who captured y'all into slavery? And then there are people like myself and others like, hey man, God is so sovereign and so magnificent that Jason Whitlock and others, we're here in America and can enjoy the benefits, the freedoms of America because our ancestors made incredible sacrifices, suffered for our freedom. And God placed us here for a specific reason. And we can either take advantage of that or we can self-destruct and feel sorry for ourselves and place ourselves on the cross and blame any and everybody. It's white people, it's white people, it's white people. Or we can drop to our knees and say, thank you, Jesus. I'm right where you want me to be. I've got an incredible opportunity here in America. I'm seeing Black people from all over the world or people of color from all over the world beat down doors to try to get into America. These Negroes that are doing all the complaining, you couldn't get them to leave America at gunpoint. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. And I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity. And I'm not going to sit quietly as these reprobate-minded, rejecting Jesus Christ, rejecting any authentic following of Christianity. I'm not going to let them destroy the opportunity that you granted me without raising my voice and complaining and pointing it out and trying to shake some truth into these people. And so while you sit and watch your kids be left with reprobate minds and reprobate behavior, well, it's the white man. No, it's you. You have a victim mentality. You have rejected the blessings of Jesus Christ. You've denied them. You've lied to yourself. You'd rather live in a state of total delusion about who's responsible for you not taking advantage of the opportunity to be born in the safest place on the planet for Black people. It's right here in America. And you don't appreciate it. You'd rather turn it into a third world anarchy, violent, dysfunctional, chaotic place. Oh, you want to turn it into Africa. And you want to be, you'd rather be enslaved by other Africans, ripped off, murdered, killed by other Africans, than try to benefit from the privilege of living here in America. You'd rather turn it into a third world country and say, because you're so blinded by your hatred and jealousy and envy of white people. And just quite honestly, America, white America, has been offering you, and not everybody, but enough of America has been, hey man, just adopt this Christian culture. And I couldn't care less what you do. Hey, you adopt this Christian culture in an authentic way where your worldview isn't blinded by race, and you adopt a biblical worldview, and you quit worrying about Black culture and just meld into Christian American culture, because there's no one else talking, well, there's brown culture, there's yellow culture, there's white culture. Everybody else is thinking on a higher level while you descend into a lower level and try to color code everything and think race explains everything. Russell. Try to color code everything and think race explains everything. And you sit here and think Whoopi Goldberg is some sort of thought leader?
Your first mistake.
The women babbling on The View are some sort of thought leaders, and the seals that they put in their audience are thought leaders? It's a pack of idiots.
Unfortunately.
We went too long on Fearless, and so I've been sitting in this chair since 9 a.m. and I've been talking to you since 10 a.m. That's 2.5 hours. I'm a tiny bit out of it. We got a super chat that you want me to share. Yeah, I Need Jesus, you're back. Because of the multiplication of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. Matthew 24:12.
That's the word.
People are rejecting God because they prefer evil.
That's the word.
I think that's right. I'm out of breath. I want to go have lunch. Thank you for watching Harmony. We'll see you tomorrow.
There has now been an arrest.
Now this is the beautiful. I don't like her. I agree with her sometimes, but I really don't personally like her. But she's a very pretty woman by the name of Megan Kelly, and she had Jason Whitlock on her show, and they unpacked the Karmelo Anthony situation. And I want to listen to it with you guys, and of course, I'll chime in.
There has now been an arrest, reportedly as many as 3 arrests down in Texas, and the feds are now reportedly stepping in, reports Fox News Digital, following a brutal assault on a Texas woman who was allegedly beaten down by a group of suspects chanting "Free Karmelo." Fox is reporting that in Longview, Texas, police have made this arrest in connection with this alleged random attack on a victim by this group of suspects that claim, according to Fox, that they had said, quote, they were going to target the smallest white girl they could find. And they did indeed find a white girl who appears to be severely injured. We've got pictures of her injuries, which I'm going to show you now. We don't have her name. We do know that one woman has been arrested for this assault. Here is the victim, whose injuries appear all over her face and head. Her eyebrow is bloody, looks to have a deep gash on it. The top of her head appears to have a deep gash and is quite bloody. There's a picture that they've released of her high-heeled shoe, which none of us can quite figure out what we're seeing, but they appear to think it's evidence and has blood on it. We can cycle through the pictures, please. And you can see some of her injuries. She's wearing a neck brace. She's clearly been attacked. This is not neck brace that you... Okay, now we do have her name. The victim's name is Sammy Lee. This is not the kind of neck brace, we had a car accident and we're looking to run up our insurance bills. You can see the blood all over this woman's face and head, and arrests are being made. The first one is a 21-year-old Ciarianne Fuller of Longview. She is facing assault charges and was booked into jail on a $20,000 bond, according to local KYTX. And the locals are reporting at least 2 other arrests as well in this case. Unbelievable. So we don't have any idea what the race of the perpetrators is, though I'm going to assume it's not necessarily white if they were looking to target, quote, the smallest white girl they could find. But this is in retaliation. The report is that this is in retaliation for the Karmelo Anthony conviction. This is insane. Karmelo Anthony attacked and stabbed a young man to death. He happened to be black, and the decedent is white, and this wasn't a race case, despite the fact that Karmelo Anthony's family spokesperson tried to make it one. And now this small group of people, although it's growing, like the intellectual class, so-called, is jumping on board of this. Oh, now we have a picture of the perpetrator. Yeah, she does happen to be black. She's there with some crazy hair, blonde tips and dark roots, and I guess was allegedly part of this whole thing, now being held on $20,000 bond.
Dear Acorns, 23 years ago, I quit my job, cashed out my pension, and went to cosmetology school. I'm invested.
And I guess was allegedly part of this whole thing, now being held on $20,000 bond. So they're turning this into a race crime. Like what wasn't a race crime is turning into a race crime because there's a collection of people extremely angry about the fact that justice applied to Karmelo Anthony the same as it would to any other person who stabbed another boy in the heart with no reason. Here to join us on this case and more is our friend Jason Whitlock. He is the host of Fearless with Jason Whitlock. This is so infuriating, Jason. The turning of the narrative around Karmelo Anthony has been infuriating from the start, and now it's culminating in race-based attacks as some sort of vengeance for what? The person who was hurt here was white. It was Austin Metcalf who was the victim here.
The world is upside down, Megan, and we sit here and we're baffled. Like, how did we get here? And it's been a long process, and it takes a lot to understand what is transpiring. But what, Megan? Do you remember the West Memphis 3 case? West Memphis, Arkansas. Yes. HBO did 3 documentaries. 3 white kids, teenagers, murdered 3 8-year-old boys, and these were all white kids. Damian Eccles, 18, 19 years old, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miss Kelly. They did the murders. And the prosecution argued that this was a satanic child sacrifice case. That's what they argued in court, and the jury agreed and convicted these guys. They gave Damian Eccles a life sentence. HBO jumped in, and people like Johnny Depp and Eddie Vedder and other celebrities jumped in and said, no, this is satanic panic, and this little small town in Arkansas has too many Jesus concerns, and these are just kids and misconstrued, and they didn't actually do it. And they, for 18 years, the media and HBO put out 3 different documentaries trying to argue that these kids were innocent. And eventually, they got an Alford plea, and they became celebrities and heroes, and they got sprung from prison. They did the crime. But and the argument was like heavy metal music and reading Stephen King books had influenced these kids into this satanic ritual child sacrifice deal. And Megan, I believe that the same thing is going on with hip hop music and hip hop culture. It has the same influence over young Black kids, and it has overtaken Black culture. And so hip hop culture believes that you touch this kid, you put your hands on me, I have a right to kill you or assault you with a weapon of some sort. And they want the rest of American society to bow to their standards. In hip hop, any sort of disrespect can be met with violence. This is why you see so many videos of black people saying, "Don't you put your hands on me? You put your hands on me. Don't you?" And see what happens if you put your hands on me. There's a mindset that has been given to black culture and black people that's incompatible with Christian American culture and Christian American standards. And that's how so many people are running around defending Karmelo, because they've been brainwashed. You put your hands on him, you pushed him. And in our culture, hip hop culture, we can be violent and kill you. And that's how they've come up with the self-defense case. And they've got idiots like Dominique Alexander that represented the family, the new Al Sharpton.
Any pizza, any toppings, just $9.99, even stuffed crust. With a Canon Image ProGraph Pro 1100 professional photo printer, my images come alive.
And they've got idiots like Dominique Alexander that represented the family, the new Al Sharpton. He's a convicted felon. He comes from this hip hop prison, prison hip hop culture, and he's out promoting this. And Megan, you remember when we saw the black kid out in front, the black man out in front of the courthouse dancing and jumping up and down in front of the white guy, and it just looks crazy. But we're gonna have to accept, like, hey, there is a culture that has gone absolutely nuts and has been influenced by this prison hip hop and just, quite frankly, this African. Because a lot of this, I'm telling you, it's hard to understand, but I just had a pastor named G. Craig Lewis on my show, and he's been talking about this for 30 years, that black people, American black people, their obsession with Africa and connecting with African cultures, and from the changing their hairstyle to the changing of just their customs and wanting to bring that African culture to America. Well, we have to be honest about Africa and African culture and how violent and how tribal it is. And so we're looking at an American culture that's being influenced by African tribalism, satanic religious cults. Hip hop is right in line with that. If you look at the roots of hip hop and what they brought and what they preached, it's a lot to unpack and understand, but it's very important that we understand what we're dealing with, so that when we stand against it, no one can call us racist or coons or sellouts. It's just like, hey man, we don't want that African culture crap here in America. We don't want religions or beliefs that say, if you touch me, I can kill you. We got to reject that. And I know you've been dealing with the slings and arrows, as have I, but we have to be even more resolved and resolute to, like, hey, man, this just can't stand. Everybody's at risk here. I don't want to live in a society where people can interpret what I say as disrespect and then get all up in my face and try to bait me to touch them or have conflict with them, and then they get to kill me and paint me as the bad guy.
Right. Exactly right. This is, and now, like, to see it morph into retaliatory attacks, it's like, wait a minute. If we're just going purely by race here, a black person attacked and killed a white person. If there should be retaliation, it would be the other way around. How are now more black people attacking a white girl as justice for this case? And it's because Karmelo was convicted and sentenced to prison. That we're getting more details now as we speak on the other two arrested. We have their mugshots too. It appears to be a group of black women who attacked a white woman. Dejae Brown and Alana Mumphrey are the names of the other two. We're showing their pictures here. They've voluntarily surrendered now to law enforcement, according to Ladarian Brown, Longview police spokesperson. Each faces a charge of assault causing bodily injury. Both were booked into jail and released on $20,000 bonds, according to online jail records. Again, the victim is Sammy Lee, who describes herself as new to Longview, Texas. She posted on Facebook on June 21st that she was assaulted at Whiskey J's, a bar, by 3, quote, random women who yelled, "Free Karmelo." Lee said she had not interacted with those women in any way before the assault. And now, as I mentioned, the Longview police are in communication with the FBI, Jason, regarding the case. And why? Because online conversations concerning retaliation, division, and attacks are increasing. So there's a group of people. This is sort of the Jasmine Crockett street version, only actual street, not the fake street that Jasmine pretends she has in her background, who are looking to exact revenge on random white people, reportedly. I mean, they're going to have to check into this woman's story. We don't know for sure whether that's what they said, and we'll see what their defenses are. But if this is true, this is deeply disturbing. This woman's injuries are no joke either.
Listen, and I'm not trying to be provocative, and look, it is what it is. Black people have been convinced that we're victims of white supremacy. We're not victims of our own choices. We don't control our destiny through the music, through our education system, through everything the left has done, the identity politics and all that. You're a victim, and you have a right to be violent towards the people that you believe are your oppressors. And at some point, like America did before the Civil War, during the Civil War, during Jim Crow, America had a conversation with itself. Say, hey man, white people have a racism problem that has to be addressed head on. We now need to say Black people have a racism problem, and they're practicing a form of religion that is destroying them and now looking to destroy the rest of America. We have to be that direct and that honest. I get why most people are afraid. Corporate America doesn't want you to say that, and it could put you out of a leadership position or get you targeted over social media. But if we don't have a real honest conversation about what's going on with the Black church and how it's lost course and has gone into racial victimhood. And again, as a Christian, or those of us that just have Christian values within us, we don't believe in victimhood. America is the land of opportunity. It's not the land of oppression. People from around the world and people of all colors aren't trying to get into America because it's the land of oppression. It's the land of opportunity. And there's a documented history of white Christians fighting for the freedom of Black people and Black Americans and giving money to Africa and all this other stuff. White people are not perfect. They're just as flawed as everybody else. But this rap that they're out to destroy Black people and Black Americans, it's a lie. And there's all kinds of evidence that it's a lie. And white people, what they've done is said, help you adopt this Christian culture and we're good. We don't care what color you are. That is the true story of America. And Black people seem to be saying, we don't share those values. Everything needs to be based on skin color. And we're going to be tribal based on skin color while being tribal like Africans over in Africa that war and destroy Black people and white people. And so we get the worst of all of it. Black on Black crime is out of control. Now Black on white crime and just the smearing of America and white people, it's all out of control. What we're experiencing here is no different than what's going on in South Africa. White people are being targeted by Black people out of racial animus, and everybody has to sit around and be quiet and pretend like it's not happening. I'm not going to pretend anymore, and we can't. I mean, we're taking it all the way back to the Karmelo Anthony case.
Whether you're a professional or just love getting hands-on with your home projects, Harbor Freight offers quality hand tools backed by a lifetime guarantee. Harbor Freight, your hand tools destination.
Our neighbors are coming over.
Great. You finally talked to them about the noise.
Don't say anything.
You love a contentious event. You're in for a treat. There's only ever willing to talk to you guys.
Should we do shots?
We should all the way back to the Karmelo Anthony case. A 17-year-old boy was stabbed in the heart for pushing a kid at a track meet. We pushed and shoved all the time when I was a kid. That's what kids do. They don't stab each other in the heart. And a guy has stabbed and killed a 17-year-old kid. And somehow he's being turned into the victim by politicians, mainstream television broadcasters, and pundits. This is insanity.
Thanks for watching this clip. If you're new here, subscribe. We got a whole lot more goodness where that came from.
New here at 5, a graphic social media post that's been shared thousands of times across East Texas is now at the center of an active criminal investigation in Longview. Thanks for being here. I'm Brennan Gurley. Longview police arrested this woman right here on your screen, 21-year-old Sierra Ann Fuller, in connection with the assault outside Whiskey J's bar on Sunday. Fuller is charged with assault causing bodily injury and was booked into the Gregg County Jail on a $20,000 bond.
We cannot allow outside voices, online agitators, and anyone else to stir up a pot of hate, confusion, and division in our community. There are real people involved here. There are families involved. There is an investigation involved. And because of that, this moment requires responsibility from all of us.
Authorities say the investigation is ongoing and additional charges could be possible as detectives continue reviewing evidence. They are asking anyone with information about this incident to contact the Longview Police Department and to avoid spreading unverified claims while the case remains under investigation.
So you got to talk about a pretty insane story, but again, not surprising considering the characters that we're dealing with here, involving Karmelo Anthony supporters who have proven to be violent, just like Karmelo, who stabbed Austin Metcalf in the chest, committed cold-blooded murder. And the pro-Blackie Blacks have been upset since then because they don't like the fact that Karmelo is going to spend 35 years in prison getting bent over. Okay, and you have the pro-Blackie Blacks trying to get revenge against white people for what happened to Karmelo. And that is what this story involves, as allegedly you had a mob of women screaming, "Free Karmelo," that allegedly beat up a woman, again, while chanting support for the killer. And nobody should be surprised to see that, again, these individuals are a part of the pro-Blackie Black mob. Take a look.
Early this morning, we got the mugshots of the two people who surrendered to police in connection to a Longview nightclub assault investigation. Police said Dejae Brown and Alana Mumphrey turned themselves in on Thursday. This comes after 21-year-old Sierra Ann Fuller was arrested and charged with assault causing bodily injury. Investigators say they are actively sorting through evidence and witness statements to figure out the full sequence of events. And despite the social media speculation about possible retaliation, police say they have not verified any credible threat to public safety.
Yeah, so you've seen that, you heard that. Now, again, the FBI is investigating this, and we're now getting some images that are coming out of the victim and how bad the victim was beaten by this mob of lunatics. And I want to react to Megyn Kelly's coverage of this incident because I think she does a great job basically going over the details of what we have thus far. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
Everybody's potential looks different. See yours with Acorns, designed for you to easily invest every day.
And get into it.
There has now been an arrest, reportedly as many as 3 arrests down in Texas. And the feds are now reportedly stepping in, reports Fox News Digital, following a brutal assault on a Texas woman who was allegedly beaten down by a group of suspects chanting, "Free Karmelo." Fox is reporting that in Longview, Texas, police have made this arrest in connection with this alleged random attack on a victim by this group of suspects that claim according to Fox, that they had said, quote, they were going to target the smallest white girl they could find. And they did indeed find a white girl who appears to be severely injured. We've got pictures of her injuries, which I'm going to show you now. We don't have her name. We do know that one woman has been arrested for this assault. Here is the victim, whose injuries appear all over her face and head. Her eyebrow is bloody and looks to have a deep gash on it. The top of her head appears to have a deep gash and is quite bloody. There's a picture that they've released of her high-heeled shoe, which none of us can quite figure out what we're seeing, but they appear to think it's evidence and has blood on it. We can cycle through the pictures, please. And you can see some of her injuries. She's wearing a neck brace. She's clearly been attacked. This is not neck brace that you... Okay, now we do have her name. The victim's name is Sammy Lee. This is not the kind of neck brace, we had a car accident and we're looking to run up our insurance bills. You can see the blood all over this woman's face and head, and arrests are being made. The first one is of 21-year-old Ciarianne Fuller of Longview. She is facing assault charges and was booked into jail on a $20,000 bond, according to local KYTX. And the locals are reporting at least 2 other arrests as well in this case. Unbelievable. So we don't have any idea what the race of the perpetrators is, though I'm going to assume it's not necessarily white if they were looking to target, quote, the smallest white girl they could find. But this is in retaliation. The report is that this is in retaliation for the Karmelo Anthony conviction. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, it is insane. Fine. And to beat her the way that they did, again, it's punk behavior. But, what else do you expect from the pro-blacks, right? These people are not living in reality. They're delusional. They're hateful. They're everything that they claim they're against. Is anybody really surprised by this? I covered this story when it first started happening. Okay, you had these individuals who were running around punching random white people after Karmelo was convicted. Because, again, these people have been brainwashed into believing lies and falsehoods being spread on the internet by pro-blackity blacks like Willie D, like the Amazing Bottom, aka the Amazing Lucas, spreading these falsehoods. Again, you're radicalizing people who are not very smart into believing that, again, Karmelo was railroaded by the system, that the white man is evil. And as a result, again, this is what you get, right? This is what you get as a result. But once again, you have the so-called pro-blackity blacks, the people who claim to be fighting against racism, hate, and bigotry. They're proving that they're the most racist people in this country, right? Again, could you guys imagine if the roles were reversed? This story is not a story that the mainstream level media is picking up on, right? There's barely any information about the story, but everybody knows if the roles were reversed, if a white mob had pulled up on a black girl, say, hey, we're going to find the smallest black girl and we're going to beat her up because we're mad about, I don't know, Chud the Builder, right? Right? Yeah. This is actually like a perfect example, right? If this happened in retaliation for what's going on with Chud the Builder, it would be one of the biggest stories on social media. It would be one of the biggest stories in the mainstream level media. Seriously, right? Could you guys imagine imagery of a small black girl beat up, neck brace, bloody, from head to toe, clearly beat up? And if this is done by white people, there'll be BLM riots all over the place. They'd be calling this a lynching, right? That's what they'd be calling it. They'd be calling it a lynching. But when it happens to a little white girl, right? A small white girl, well, there's not really that much coverage, right? Nobody cares. Obviously, the pro-blacky blacks ain't going to talk about this, right? They're probably low-key celebrating. Let's be real. But again, we already know what the media would say, the outrage that would erupt if the roles were reversed. So again, this is the unfortunate reality of where we are as a country. You have the same group of people proving over and over and over again The people who claim they're against racism hate bigotry, right? They just want equality for everybody. No, they don't. They want special rights and privileges. They want to be able to commit crimes. They want to be able to stab people in the chest with no consequences, right? They want special rights and privileges that nobody else has in this country. They want to be able to run around and beat up white people and hurt white people with no consequences. That's what they want. And that's what's being put on display here, okay? Again, the unfortunate reality is that the people who are actually responsible for this, in my opinion, because let's be real, these women that did this, they're not intelligent, right? Let's be real. It's the people, it's the influencers, the pro-blacky blacks, the Tariq Nasheeds, the Amazing Bottoms, the Willie D's. I go on and on and on. These are the people who are radicalizing these fools, these clowns, these agents of chaos into committing these acts of violence because they continuously spread lies and falsehoods about what happened to Karmelo, what happened that day, right? But I mean, hey, according to the pro-blackity blacks, you know, if this little white girl had ended up stabbing these black girls in the chest in self-defense, well, it would have been justified, right? It would have been justified, totally fine, right? According to the logic of the pro-blackity blacks, I guess in that situation, like legally speaking, she would have been justified, right? Because her life was legitimately put in danger and she did suffer serious bodily harm, right? It wasn't just a push, again, which is something that, you know, the pro-blackity blacks don't seem to understand, proportionality. That in a situation like that we're talking about right here, use of lethal force may have been necessary, right? It may have been legally justified, right? She had a much stronger case than Karmelo because she was actually jumped, unlike Karmelo, who was not jumped. He was not jumped, but this girl was jumped. That actually happened.
Smokehouse Chicken's back. The new lemon pepper rub has everybody acting up. Only at Church's.
But this girl was jumped. That actually happened. And again, she suffered serious bodily harm as a result. Again, black folks are having a hard time beating the stereotypes, right? Having a hard time doing it because of stories like this.
Karmelo Anthony attacked and stabbed a young man to death. He happened to be black and the decedent is white. And this wasn't a race case, despite the fact that Karmelo Anthony's family spokesperson tried to make it one. And now this small group of people, although it's growing, like the intellectual class, so-called, is jumping on board of this. Oh, now we have a picture of the perpetrator. Yeah, she does happen to be black. She's there with some crazy hair.
Come on, Megan. You knew. Everybody knew. Little white girl getting jumped. Free Karmelo. Of course they're black, right? Nobody should be surprised. Nobody should be surprised.
Blonde tips and dark roots, and I guess was allegedly part of this whole thing, now being held on $20,000 bond. So they're turning this into a race crime. Like what wasn't a race crime is turning into a race crime because there's a collection of people extremely angry about the fact that justice applied to Karmelo Anthony the same as it would to any other person who stabbed another boy in the heart with no reason. Here to join us on this.
And let's be honest, they should be charged with hate crimes, right? These individuals should be charged with hate crimes because that's what it was. It legitimately was a hate crime. If you're running around screaming free Karmelo, we're going to target white people as a result. To me, if that's not a hate crime, I don't know what is. So yeah, I think the fans should be involved and there definitely should be hate crime charges. These individuals should be locked up a long time, right? At least 10 years. At least 10 years, period. It is just unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. We have to throw the book at these individuals. When stuff like this happens, you have to set an example out of them because otherwise, everybody kind of understands that part of it, right? Yes, there is a very, very, very
I'm about to bring this to a close. Got one more video I want to play. Very, 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 the most important video I've seen in this whole situation. where it's a guy who's right in the middle. He don't take no side, but he give it real. Because again, when these type of situations happen, what's been done has already been done. Austin is no longer with us. Karmelo is in prison for 35 years. That's done. That can't be changed. We can't go back in time. This not the movies. It's not the video game. This real life, right? We have to learn from these situations. We have to learn from these situations. And that's why I came up with this series, to show people and give the people an explanation on how these things are affecting us as a community, number one. And for Black parents, or for everybody, but I'm going to speak for Black parents, they need to use this situation as a learning experience to their children. Because again, most of our children are listening to this satanic music, which puts a spell on them to be overly aggressive and violent. And stuff happens so fast. And we have to teach our children to regulate their emotions, using situations like this for an example, for an exhibit. Look, son, this man threw his whole life away. And guess what? A lot of people talking about an appeal. Let's speak about an appeal for the people who don't understand legal matters. I do. First of all, first and foremost, he has to have ground. I don't care if he bring Johnny Cochran back and use him. First, there has to be some type of ground for him to even file an appeal. What grounds are that? I don't know. Unless in this imaginary video of him getting jumped magically pops up, but we know that wouldn't happen because that would have came in the first trial. Or is he going to testify this time? But again, that's not a ground for an appeal. On a ground for an appeal means it was a technicality. The only thing I can see them having any type of ground for is those 3 Black educators that was not allowed to be in the jury. But again, this is another thing I want y'all to understand. When you get an appeal, right, you have a different judge. Everything is going to be different. And as a matter of fact, they had a lady named, I read this on my last episode, named Sakita Jones. She actually was sentenced to 30, it's crazy. She was sentenced to 35 years as well. She got an appeal granted, retrial, on a technicality of a jury technicality. It was something dealing with the jury. She found ground for it, got an appeal, went back to court, and guess what happened? The 35 years she initially had, she didn't get that this time. She got life, right? And so what people have to understand, if he get an appeal because he got a ground for an appeal, which means a technicality in his case, he can be given the same time, he can be given lesser time, or he can be given more time. So this is something that we have to understand. We have to understand this. This is what we have to understand. I'm going to play this video and then I'm going to have my closing remarks. We have to understand, nowhere in America, I don't know outside of America because I've never been, nowhere in America can you go into somebody else's space, kill them, and claim self-defense. It just doesn't happen that way. And when I say space, I'm not talking about their home, their vehicle. I'm saying if I'm walking in the mall, and I'm speaking from a legality standpoint, it's cameras everywhere. If I'm walking in the mall, right, and somebody come up to me, you, Mr. Wilbur, since you got a lot to say, you come up to me, right, and I punch you in your mouth, and you take a knife or a gun and stab. I don't care if you hit me in the head with a cell phone and I die. You can't say, well, he punched me. He did this. You came into my space. Then you end up killing me. It's no way it's a self-defense. It's just no way. It's impossible. And he was getting jumped thing is a lie. It's not true. It's make-believe. It didn't happen. He reacted overly emotional and impulsive like his mama, who is the leader of the household he come from, Not to mention that satanic music that was playing in his AirPods. And when Austin told him, look, can you leave 15 times? This was testified under oath. 15 times. 1, 2, and another. That's 3 times 5. He refused to leave. It got physical. He was pushed, and he pushed a knife in the young man's chest. That's what happened. And when the cop got him on body cam saying it wasn't alleged, it was me. I told him not to put his hands on me. This is going to forever be played in trial. No jury in the world is going to go against that. So he's going to have a new trial if he get find ground for an appeal. It's going to be a new judge, new everything, and it's going to be the same thing. Only thing he can hope for this time is getting manslaughter, which was this what this was. This was a clear manslaughter case. Manslaughter is when, in the heat of a moment, you inflict bodily harm on someone and they just so happen to die. Murder is meaning you intended to kill somebody. He didn't wake up that morning and say, you know what, today I'm going to kill somebody. Now, you can say, well, he stabbed him in the chest. That's ground for murder. Kind of, but a good legal team can kill that. What his mind was on was hurting that dude for putting his hand on him, and the dude just so happened to die. That's manslaughter. 2 to 20 in Texas. He probably would have got the least amount. But with people making this out of a race thing, and that's why I made this series, I need y'all to understand, by them making this out of a race situation, the people who run this country, white people, whether you like it or not, are upset and tired of that. And their reaction was, okay, because they could have gave him more time than that. Either way it go, right? And black people are doubling down, and they're making it worse for him when he do go, if he do get an appeal. So now, because of all of that, he got 35 years because of y'all. All y'all out there making this about race. His stupid looking, dumb, look like, I don't want to get this idiot that represented the family. They made this, when Mr. Metcalf came to that first press conference to pray with the family, and their spokesperson asked him to leave, got him escorted out by police, they don't know how that was a spit in America's face. They could have killed the race narrative. They could have killed all of that. And that would have helped him when he got sentenced. That would have helped him. But they didn't do that. Then they didn't take the plea bargain for manslaughter that they was offered, because Dominique got from bad counsel and being money hungry. And they said, ooh, he's going viral. He raised all his money. He for sure gonna get not found guilty. We not taking no plea bargain. And he played the game and lost. And like I said, I want to play this last video. This is a very, very, very important video. This is not Austin's side. This is not Karmelo's side. This is a video that I think the world needs to see. And after that, I'm gonna give my closing remarks on this series, why I created it, what do it mean. If you just come here, if this is your first time watching it, I suggest you go watch the other 5 the other 5 episodes. And here we go. Because I want to read some of these comments, but I want to finish and get this finished before I do that. So let's go ahead on and play this last one, because this is the best one. It's the best one. Without further ado, let's get into it.
"19-year-old Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Metcalf was fatally stabbed at a high school track meet, as you may recall, last year."
Hey, what y'all? Y'all asking, repeating. I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna type. First of all, I want to say this. I'm gonna simplify it. Give y'all that grace and breakdown like I always do, so you actually understand what happened in Bro's case. First off, let me say his name correctly too. It's Karmelo Anthony, not Melo, who played basketball for all the uninformed people out there. But anyway, Young dude out of Texas. Yesterday was found guilty of the murder stabbing death of Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet. Bro got sentenced to 35 years as of yesterday. This ain't just a viral story anymore. This ain't just a debate anymore. This ain't just Black Twitter versus everybody on the internet. Bro, life literally changed. What's life already changed when it took place, but it changed even more yesterday. The family lost, 2 families done lost their sons at this point. Everybody's life gonna change. And again, for the people that watch, I know the courtroom saying they heard the self-defense argument, clearly they didn't accept it, but I want to slow it down and like unpack it to make sure y'all really understand why and how it's played out. Because a lot of people are just leading a really emotional mindset, like the culture typically do. You got race involved. You got a Black teenager. You already know. You got a white teenager. You got a confrontation. You got a death at the hands of a Black teenager. Y'all, I'm gonna keep saying y'all already fucking know. You got a self-defense claim. You got people saying the system was never going to be fair. You got people saying he should have walked away. You got people saying he was bullied. You got people saying somebody was texting me, I'm trying to apologize. You got people saying he overreacted. You got people saying the verdict was racist. You got people saying justice was served. So before anybody started yelling this, let's break this shit down like adults. Let's use their logic and understand the law, which most of us don't anyway. Y'all know it took place at the track meet. You got the rain. Students was filling in on the tents. Karmelo reportedly went under another school's tent. Austin Metcalf and his brother were reportedly involved, telling him to move into the area. Like they ran that motherfucker, words were exchanged, situation clearly escalated, and at some point, bro put out a knife, stabbed him in the chest once. He died, and that's the foundation of the case that everybody is in the uproar about. Now, the self-defense argument, let's break that out. They argue that bro was scared. They argue that he was smaller, which he was way smaller. They argue that he felt threatened. I'm sure he did. They argue that this happened in chaos. They argue that he didn't wake up that morning planning to kill no fucking body. And those are the type of arguments a defense attorney is supposed to absolutely make. But the prosecution told a completely different story. The prosecution, basically they argued, this shit ain't justified. This was not legally necessary. And this is not a situation where deadly force had to be used. They argued that this was a stabbing that went way beyond the laws that are allowed. And clearly, as y'all see, the jury agreed with the prosecution. So I'm gonna simplify why that matters. Y'all, self-defense is not based on your fucking feelings alone. Self-defense is not, oh, I was mad. Self-defense is not, well, I'm having a fucked up day, I'm embarrassed. Self-defense is not, he got in my face. Self-defense is not, and I don't give a fuck if you in Florida where I'm at, Georgia, Texas, open carry, whatever carry. It's not he touched me first and not anything goes. Self-defense is about whether force was used legally and reasonably under the circumstances. And when deadly force is involved, man, the bar get way fucking higher. So I'm gonna say that again. When you introduce deadly force, a knife, a gun, anything that can kill somebody, the law started politicking at a whole different level and started asking completely different questions than just a mere squabble. Was there an immediate threat of danger of serious bodily injury? Could the situation have been de-escalated? Did you have other options? Did you escalate it? Were you the aggressor? Were you protecting yourself? Shit, did you respond emotionally? These are all things that's going to come up. And it's where a lot of people, especially in our culture, don't read, don't study, what the fuck, we get lost. Because we think street logic and legal logic are the same thing. They're absolutely not. Street logic says, hey, I ain't gonna let nobody play with me. Legal logic says, can we prove you were justified and not let the motherfucker play with you? Street logic gonna say, stand on business. Legal logic, a little different. Now you standing in front of a judge. Street logic gonna register in the brain like, hey, this nigga tried, you got me fucked up. Legal logic gonna say, is it necessary to kill him? And that's where the case landed. And again, if you watch it or didn't watch it, I'm gonna keep breaking it down with people. The jury did not look at who said what. They looked at the outcome. They looked at that knife. They looked at that stab wound, the location of the stab wound, where it landed. They looked at the fact that Austin died. They looked at whether a reasonable person in that situation needed to use deadly force. And y'all, these words I keep putting emphasis on, these are ones you motherfuckers need to go get a dictionary, chat, GPT, whatever, and go find the definition of them so you understand the game you're playing. But now let's talk about the sentence, right? Bro got 35 years. Not 5, not probation, not juvenile detention, 35 motherfucking years. That means bro is gonna lose decades of his life. And they did say once he get halfway through that, he can kick in the pill or apply for other things. But man, the fucking school again. One argument, I tell this shit every day, one argument, one weapon, one decision. And that's why I keep telling y'all that one bad moment. Don't tell me I don't say this shit every week. One bad moment can become a life sentence. Emotional regulation and de-escalation is a motherfucking superpower in 2026 because niggas will trip you out your position. You got 2 families grieving, one going up that road and one been dead. 2 families destroyed, 2 mamas crying, 2 futures, 100% erased all over a situation that probably should have never reached that level to begin with. So next thing we're gonna get into the verdict, how it came down and why they did it. The jury likely looked at it and said, yes, it was a confrontation. Yes, words got exchanged. Yes, there may have been tension, but the response does not legally match the threat. That's the whole thing. They looked at the fact that a knife was introduced. They're gonna look at the fact that the stab wound was fatal. They're gonna look at whether deadly force was absolutely necessary. They look at whether this was fear or whether this was anger. They look at whether this was self-defense or overreaction. Same shit I was putting along with the All-Star JR case. You can't pop a nigga, subdue the threat, and then stand over and pop him 10 more times. Baby, this ain't self-defense no more. This is revenge. My nigga, you finna get hit with charges. But anyway, some people say it was too light. Some people say it was too harsh. But the jury heard the evidence and the jury made a decision. And that's the reality of the whole thing in the breakdown. Now, y'all, I want to talk to the motherfuckers that look like me specifically for a second. Because this is where some of y'all ain't gonna like my response. You ain't gonna like what you know. I love putting y'all on more than I care about how you feel about me. So all in all, I don't give a fuck. But we gotta stop acting shocked when the system don't handle us with grace. And I'm not saying that to excuse injustice, because we do deal with that culture, but I'm saying it because we got a multi-hundred-year history in this motherfucking country that clearly shows the table wasn't built for us. The system historically has never been on our side. So why the fuck do y'all keep sending y'all children into this world emotionally untrained, legally ignorant, niggas socially reckless, just proud fucking YNs? That ain't victim mentality, y'all. That's a lot of y'all reality. Victim mentality is sitting around crying about it and doing nothing. Reality is saying this: we know this bitch ain't fair, so we gotta prepare our children way motherfucking better. We gotta remove the victim mentality and replace it with actual goddamn programming. You know, the S word, structure, the T word, training, the P word, preparation. You know the word I've been saying for a fucking decade: preventative maintenance. Because if the table ain't set for you, you better know how to play chess motherfucking standing up. And that's the part I've been screaming since day one. Life in America is nothing more than a game. And if you black, you do not get to play this bitch sloppy. You do not get to move like everybody else. You do not get the same benefit of the doubt. You do not get to be as emotional. You don't get to be as reckless. You don't get to be as unprepared. Because depending on who is involved in your situation, the law may or may not be on your side, period, whether you right or wrong. And this is what our young men of the culture got to understand. Y'all as motherfucking parents got to do the work. It ain't enough to say I was right when you black. Can you prove it? It ain't enough to say I was scared when you black. Was deadly force reasonable? It's not enough to say he started it when you black. Did you finish it in a way that the law can justify it? That's the conversation start having with y'all fucking kids. That's the difference. And I'm gonna say it again. This is why de-escalation is a motherfucking superpower. I'm gonna say it one more time for the third time in this video. That's why de-escalation is a fucking superpower. It is just as important as knowing how to use the gun and self-defense. Same shit I've been preaching off over 10 years. Knowing when to walk away is a power. Knowing how to use your words and articulate. Knowing how to read the room. You know, all that shit that a lot of y'all grown motherfuckers and y'all kids can't do. Some of y'all are literally that illiterate that you cannot put a sentence together and articulate your feelings in a tense moment so you can de-escalate the situation, detach, and walk the fucking away and live another day. Y'all should be teaching y'all children how to speak, how to walk away, how to avoid ego traps, how to read body language, how to know when they're being baited, how to understand public settings, how to understand witnesses, how to understand cameras. You young niggas love to record yourself committing crime on social media. How to understand social media, how to understand police reports, how to understand the motherfucking courtroom, how to understand that one bad reaction can cost them their whole entire life. And yes, I do want to mention the phrase duty to retreat. Now, in Texas, the law is generally strong on the stand your ground principles, meaning in certain situations, if you are lawfully present, not engaged in criminal activity, and not provoking a conflict, the law don't require you to retreat. You can bust in the ass. But listen to me carefully. Just because the law may not require you to retreat in every situation does not mean retreat is not wise in that same moment. Don't let these slogans kill your children, because even in stand your ground states, they can still lock your silly ass up like you see in Bro case, where you legally allowed to use deadly force. Was the threat immediate? Go get the definitions of this shit. Was the response reasonable? Go get the definitions of this shit. Did you escalate? What are other options? So yes, legally, there may not always be a duty to retreat, but strategically, culturally, as a nigga, as a black parent teaching black children in America, you better teach your motherfucking children the wisdom to retreat when the situation ain't worth their future. Because what we talking about here is intent, a motherfucking trap me, words, ego, young nigga, teenage energy. And now again, one is dead and another is going to prison for possibly 35 years. That's what I mean when I say as a culture, we reactionary. We wait until after the motherfucking funeral, after the verdict, after the sentence, after the goddamn protest, after the GoFundMe, after the headlines, until shit get overly real, until the family's destroyed. Now everybody want to discuss the law and trauma bond on social media. No, that conversation that should have happened at the kitchen table years before. And let me address one of the dumbest arguments I keep seeing on the internet as well. People keep saying, well, Zimmerman walked free, this person walked free, they stood on the streets. They beat the case, they never got arrested. He shot up a whole church and they didn't even kill him. They just took him in. Bro, look here. This ain't the motherfucking movies. That's one of the biggest problems with our culture. Y'all think the justice system is one giant building with one giant decision maker. You niggas gotta wake the fuck up and pick up a book and do some research. Every case is different. Every city is different. Every county is different. Every state, every judge, every prosecutor, every jury, every arresting officer, every witness. I go on and on. The victims, the streets, the defendant, the bailiff, the arresting officer, the pieces of evidence, surveillance, the cameras, the statements, all that shit is absolutely different. Y'all have no idea how many variables and how many personalities this paperwork crosses before it reaches the courtroom. There are literally dozens of variables that determine whether somebody get arrested, whether they get charged, convicted, acquitted, plead out, get probation, prison time, or never even be brought into the system, period. So when a motherfucker be saying Zimmerman walk free, okay, the fuck that got to do with what's taking place on a Tuesday? It ain't got shit to do with this jury of niggas that don't know shit about Zimmerman, don't give no fucks about him. It don't got shit to do with the prosecutor, shit to do with the judge, shit to do with the county, shit to do with the victim, shit to do with the evidence, the defendant, nothing. And if you motherfuckers remove that bubble that y'all in of ignorance and motherfucking niggas know all, and I know them too. Nigga can recite New Jack City word for word, but don't know shit about real-time laws and legislation. A drug dealer got away with selling drugs in Chicago. What the fuck they got to do with a nigga getting arrested in Houston for the same amount of work? Some murderers never get caught. Some robbers never get identified. Some people beat cases. Some innocent people get convicted. Some guilty people walk free. That has always been true. But that don't change the fact in front of the jury in a case that you're talking about today. Stop looking at motherfucking legal cases like they Marvel movies or some shit where every storyline connect, because they don't. Real life is real where we in, bitch. This shit messy. This shit complicated. Real life involves thousands of different personalities making decisions. And that's exactly why I keep teaching you motherfuckers preventative maintenance, because you don't want your future determined by 12 strangers trying to figure out what happened on the worst day of your goddamn life. Let me go a little deeper. A lot of y'all children don't know shit about the law. It's not because they're stupid. It's because you and the motherfuckers that you send them to Monday through Friday never told you. Nobody sat them down and explained, hey, this is how the police think. Hey, this is how the prosecutors think. This is how the juries think. Shit, this is how the jury work. This is how self-defense works. This is how evidence works. This is how social media can be used against you, baby. So please don't ever post no bullshit like this when you're not in my presence or in my presence. This is how a witness statement can change your entire future. A lot of kids' closest interaction with law enforcement is motherfucking watching cops or court TV, watching Young Thug and them go through their RICO trial, watching somebody get arrested on TikTok. Man, that ain't no motherfucking education. That is entertainment. And then culturally, I'm speaking directly to motherfuckers that look like me. Give me wonder why our children are making life-changing decisions with no understanding of the consequences. If you motherfuckers were more hands-on, if y'all were more intentional, if y'all engraved more emotional discipline, if de-escalation was I'm talking about, man, listen, I don't even really want to go through all this shit because I put this shit in the family Bible years ago. But if y'all made this shit priority, if y'all made this shit mandatory, like y'all make all the other dumbass shit these little niggas know and don't know by the time they're 18, we'd be a lot better off. There'd be a lot less prison, a lot less family destroyed, and a lot less regret. Because most of these situations don't start with murder. They start with ignorance. And that ignorance eventually gonna meet some good old consequences. And let me tell you something that's over here. A lot of people got mad because social media pictures of Karmelo started circulating. It was old pictures, of course, with poses. Images that people try to use to create a certain image of bro. And I've been telling y'all this shit for years as well. I let it tell you that shit every week. What you put on social media is not just entertainment. It literally can become character evidence in a court of public opinion. Even if there's not formally coming to the trial, the way people think, it still shapes how niggas see you. It shapes how the media talks about you. It shapes how strangers judge you. It shapes how people decide whether you look like a victim or a threat. So I keep telling y'all, stop letting your children post dumb shit. Stop letting your children pose with guns and all that fast ass shit these little girls be doing. Baby, you made me a sweetheart on your private time. But in the court of public opinion, you just became a hoe and they don't treat you as such. Unfortunately, in this country that we live in, when it's time for your ass to be judged, sentenced, and publicly dragged, they ain't gonna use your honor roll picture. They don't use the worst shit they can find you. But again, you motherfuckers won't have these conversations with your children and y'all know it's happening. Some of y'all parents are too soft, you're too distracted, you're too fucking lazy to correct them. You think privacy means letting your child build a digital criminal profile. Fuck no. Parenting includes auditing your children's digital footprint. Some more shit I taught y'all in the family Bible. Parenting includes explaining how the world sees them. Shit I've been teaching since y'all seen my children with guns over 10 years ago. Son, I know you think this is cool, but if you ever get into a legal situation, this shit could make you look like the gorilla that they think you are. That's why I say we don't play the game at a high level. We emotional, we reactive, and we always motherfucking late to the party. We waited till the system grab one of ours, and everybody want to become a legal expert in trauma bonding and comments. Where the fuck was that energy before? Where was the training? Where the discipline? Where's the simplistic shit like reading? Niggas don't read no more. Where the law talk? Where the daddy? Where the motherfucking mama? Where's the family program? I'm talking about all this shit I've been trying to put y'all on for years. Some of y'all literally retired from reading after grade school. Niggas don't never pick up a book again. Niggas don't study no law. You ain't gonna study no money. You ain't gonna study parenting. You ain't gonna study communication. You ain't gonna study emotional control. You ain't never studied a fuck thing, but then you expect your child. You leading them. You lost. You expect your child to navigate America with the street advice and TikTok logic. That shit blows my mind. And I'm not saying any of this to disrespect bro family. I know they hurt. I know this is devastating. I know they probably wish every single thing was different. And I'm not saying this to ignore Austin family either, because they lost a son. They lost a future. It's some fuck shit on both sides. But the lesson got to be bigger than who you emotionally identify with. If you only care because bro is black, then you're missing the point. If you only care because Austin is white, you're missing the fucking point. If you only care because it's your political argument, your dumb ass definitely missing the point. The point is this: two families are destroyed because young people were not prepared to handle conflict at a high enough level. And that's why my message is always going to be the same: preventative maintenance in the home, preventative maintenance in legal education, preventative maintenance in fucking emotional control, because some of you niggas move worse than girls do when you upset. Preventative maintenance in de-escalation, because tough guys don't last long. Preventative maintenance in digital behavior, because y'all put this shit on the internet every day. Preventative maintenance in how our young men care for themselves. I've only been teaching this shit y'all for over a decade. Got curriculums on this shit, classes on this shit, books on this shit, Grace Keys. Oh, my pops is retired Secret Service, 40 years. I only give you motherfuckers everything the man ever gave me for free. Family structure, co-parenting, self-defense, de-escalation. I can go on and motherfucking on. For the people that don't know, my mama is and was a grade school teacher. My pops is Secret Service, retired Secret Service. Nigga, I don't politic on the level I do and know what I know by chance because I'm the chosen one. I politic on the level I do because they was intentional about instilling and giving me all the wisdom and the knowledge that they could as a child and even as a motherfucking 36-year-old man. This is why the Grace Key exists, because y'all need the tools before the crisis, not after. Y'all need the language before the police actually show up. Y'all need understanding before the court date actually hits. Y'all need structure before the fight. Y'all need to be motherfucking parents before your children get hit with a sentence. Y'all need preventative maintenance before the whole family crashing out and crying and losing loved ones generation after generation. You know the fastest way to win in the court? Avoid the fucking courtroom. You want to know the fastest way to beat a murder charge? Don't create the facts that allow one to be filed. You want to know the best self-defense? Preventative maintenance before the conflict ever reaches your fucking front door. And I know some people gonna say, Derek, that's easier said than done. You motherfucking right, but prison is harder. A funeral is way harder. A mama burying their child is way harder. A mother watching her child get sentenced to 35 years got to be way harder. So yes, walking away is hard. Being embarrassed is hard. Letting somebody talk crazy is hard. But living with the consequences of one daily decision got to be hard. You can't convince me otherwise. That's why I tell these young niggas, not everything is worth your life. Damn sure ain't worth your freedom. It ain't worth proving. It ain't worth even fucking acknowledging and responding to, standing on business and all that other dumbass shit that we identify with in 2026. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is just motherfucking leave and survive another day. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is just shut the fuck up, especially when you're dealing with the laws. Because while they think they won the argument, man, you get to go home. You get to stay free. You get to keep your fucking future. And for the parents watching this, which I know it's a game of y'all, it's your wake-up call. Stop waiting on kids to stop waiting on school to teach your kids survival. Stop waiting on their motherfucking PE coaches, their football coaches, the internet, the system. Some of y'all ain't even waiting. Y'all just don't give a fuck. But the system is not designed to save your child. You got to teach your fucking child. You got to train your fucking child. You have to expose your child to the world as it is, not the fantasy version that you wish existed. Teach them that equality is a goal, but it's not guaranteed in this fucking country. Teach them that fairness is not automatic in this country. Teach them that racism is real, but excuses will not keep them free. Teach them that the system may be biased, but the ignorance makes it easier to destroy. Teach them that America is a motherfucking game, and they better learn to play at a high level or else. This is me simply telling y'all to prepare for reality, because we can fight for change and still train our children to survive the current system. Both things can be true. Both things absolutely can be true, but the case should hurt everybody. This specific case should hurt everybody. Like I said, one is dead, one can do 35 years or half of that, whatever the case may be. But you got two families broken, the internet arguing, and culturally, we always emotional. And somewhere, another child is watching this whole thing and still have not been taught what to do when conflict show up at his front fucking door. That's the part to me that's unacceptable. That's the part we got to do better at. Y'all want to give more power to the motherfucking sentence. Now, give the power to yourself that your son is just as ignorant as bro probably was. He's just as dangerous. And you his motherfucking mom and daddy, and you ain't get shit about that. Like this literally should be your wake-up call. You seeing it happen in real time. What you gonna do about it besides talk shit on the internet? Close this motherfucking video and go have a moment with your own children and teach them how to navigate this bitch at a high level before you be the next person we discuss. Anyway, y'all listen. I've been trying to teach y'all this shit for over a decade. I'll say it again, through the books, through the courses, through the classes, through the curriculums, through the family Bible, through the grace key, through the board game. I done tried goddamn 42 different routes to get through these niggas. It'll get there one day it won't. But anyway, y'all, right now, celebration of Father's Day. Everything I just named is $18. This is my 18th Father's Day. The grace key, the family Bible, legal education, the co-parenting material, the family Bible, which teaches y'all how to program and create family structure, the courses, the classes, everything in celebration of my 18th Father's Day and all the other fathers that's going to be celebrating Father's Day next week. You know, the crazy part about this, most of the same motherfuckers that's crying in my comments today won't learn a damn thing. In 48 hours, this case don't leave their mind. They're going to go back to arguing sports. They're going to go back to scrolling. They're going to go back to smoking. They're going to go back to being unprepared. They're going to go back to being legally ignorant. They're going to go back to living the same lazy, tired, lackadaisical ass life that motherfuckers was living before this verdict. Until another young nigga get arrested or another young nigga get killed. Another family get destroyed. Another funeral going to come by. Another trial going to happen. And everybody going to trauma bond all over again. Same motherfucking cycle year after year. Same tears, same outrage, same protest, same ignorance. The difference between surviving and becoming the next headline is the P word, y'all. It's called preparation. And that's what I've been teaching since day fucking one. If you feel that strongly about the shit, I bet you niggas won't go vote locally. I bet y'all won't put the same energy into changing the motherfucking laws. If you feel that strongly about this shit, I want y'all to fast from weed, Jordans, clubs, and all the bullshit for the next year. When your county is electing the next sheriff, I want y'all to understand how dangerous you and your section can become if y'all learn how to rub shoulders and invest. I would say grease palms, but I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say invest, and invest in people who represent you and your group properly. I dare y'all to try that out. That shit actually works. You know, that's the way that the America works. Not the nigga America, not the ignorant, broke down, raggedy ass, uneducated America, but the actual America. Oh, that's how that motherfucker works. Pass them all that bullshit and go vote locally. And then make sure everybody you hit the club with and shake ass and pop pussy with and smoke weed and party with, take them with you so y'all can vote in masses. And then I want you to also pull up on your elected officials and specifically your sheriff and donate heavily to
19. Karmelo Anthony.
And everybody on trauma bond all over again. Same motherfucking cycle year after year. Same tears, same outrage, same protest, same ignorance. The difference between surviving and becoming the next headline is the P word, y'all. It's called preparation. And that's what I've been teaching since day fucking one. If you feel that strongly about the shit, I bet you niggas won't go vote locally. I bet y'all won't put the same energy into changing the motherfucking laws. If you feel that strongly about this shit, I want y'all to fast from weed, Jordans, clubs, and all the bullshit for the next year. When your county is electing the next sheriff, I want y'all to understand how dangerous you and your section can become if y'all learn how to rub shoulders and invest. I would say grease palms, but I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say invest, and invest in people who represent you and your group properly. I dare y'all to try that out. That shit actually works. You know, that's the way that the America works. Not the nigga America, not the ignorant, broke down, raggedy ass, uneducated America, but the actual America. Oh, that's how that motherfucker works. Pass them all that bullshit and go vote locally. And then make sure everybody you hit the club with and shake ass and pop pussy with and smoke weed and party with, take them with you so y'all can vote in masses. And then I want you to also pull up on your elected officials and specifically your sheriff and donate heavily to
19-year-old Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder.
I wanted to play that again before I bring this to a conclusion. So I'm going to bring this to a conclusion. Let me see the comments right fast and see if I got an answer in the comments, man. Yeah, I appreciate you, Beauty. You heard me? But yeah, we're going to bring this to a close. And like I said, I want to give a conclusion and final last words on why I even created this series. As I told Mr. Wilbur in the comment section, and I said, as a matter of fact, Wilbur must have didn't see this when I first started this live, this specific live. I address people like Wilbur who are intellectually disabled, and they come in your comment section across all social media platforms, and they tell you that you tapping for the white man. But I want to say this. I want to just piggyback off that for 1 second before I get into my closing argument. For all you intellectually disabled people who think that when black people are speaking to other black people, whether it be a constructive criticism way or any type of way about some of the things that they're doing that makes all of us look bad, and y'all say that they are the mouth of white supremacy and they're cooning and all this, that should make you, what are you really saying about white people? So you're telling us, when we're not telling them to go kill nobody. We're not telling them to sell drugs. We're not telling them to have sex with multiple men for money like the rappers who you guys say nothing about. But us who are saying, look, we need to stop doing this. We need to stop doing that. We are the voice of white people. Then that should tell you that white people apparently care. If we the voice for white people, when we speaking to y'all in a way and telling y'all what y'all need to do better, then white people love y'all, right? I mean, let's use your children, for example. If you have a child, and the reason why I'm using a child for an example is because I represent black men. Whatever I do, people, it might fall on a black man behind me. Same thing for black women and the black people, period. Everything black people do is a reflection of the black people, whether it's the bad black people. It could be good too, but for the most part, the bad stuff that black people do is a reflection toward the good black people. We all got to suffer. The good got to suffer for the bad. Same thing with a child. If you have a child that's completely unruly, everywhere they go, they're having a problem. And number one, that's going to make you look bad as a parent. It's a bad reflection of you. And you tell this child when the child get home, hey, man, it's not your fault. It's their fault. What's going to happen is that child going to burn out and end up dead in prison or in a bad situation, persona non grata, like black people have become. But when you guys talk this whole stuff about we're cooning and all this here, that's very funny to me. Because what you're saying is the evil white racist white man really care about you. Because you don't tell nobody to change and course correct unless you care about them. But white people do care about you guys. Because white people understand that if black people as a whole forget the victim mindset, forget the degeneracy, and actually get in the game, put some skin in the game, not one or two, but as a whole, and look at America as a strategic man's country. the best country in the world instead of a country that has oppressed us or oppressing us, which doesn't exist, we would look at the world from a whole different standpoint, then we will be able to be efficient. And that's why if you go look at some of my series, I say the civil rights movement was the biggest mistake to Black America. Because it put us in this mindset that it's somebody, we were doing perfect before the civil rights movement. Go do your research. We owned more businesses. We had more marriages. We were more, we would go to get education, come back to out, not go move to the white man's hood. We would come back to our neighborhood, serve each other, build our own communities up. But once they came telling us that it was an issue, we never been the same since. We still in this day and age whining and crying, and that's affecting everybody. The way we act, the victim mindset, people are sick of it. And every time these situations happen, like the Charlie Kirk situation, this situation, y'all come out on Front Street doing the Austin Bop, celebrating this man's death, support Karmelo only on the ground. He Black, he killed a white person, and all of America is watching. And whether you like it or not, you know I'm not lying. Majority of people, if not all of the people under my sound of my voice right now, you work for a company that was built and created by white people. Black people don't build or create. That's not what they do. They don't build companies or create companies that employ hundreds and thousands of people. Not because they dumb, not because they can't do it, but because when they get money, they don't use it for that. They use it to flex and stunt and enjoy. Which we are all supposed to enjoy our money, but we have to understand money is a tool first. And it's a tool that should be used to get more money. But the Blacks, look at them. Even the ones who got all the money, look what they're doing. They're sitting courtside with $500,000, million, $2-3 million watches. Oh, the white people, I know that's y'all favorite term. The white people do it too. I'm not talking about white people. They're winning. They're 60% of the population, and they have unity. Even though these white liberals who are scum of the earth, guess what? If push comes to shove, they're going to get on board or else. They know better. They know. And so when you do all of these things, Austin Metcalf situations, Charlie Kirk situations, and you look at it from a standpoint of, oh, it's a win for us against the evil white racists. And not only do you feel that way, you got the right to feel however you want, evil or right. You come on social media and post the way you feel. Let's kill white people, beating up white people because they were supposedly on the jury. It's people, the whole America is watching. I want to read a scripture to y'all from Proverbs 20 and chapter 2. It says, the king's fury is like a lion's roar. To arouse his anger is to risk your life. The king of America is white people, whether you want to accept that or not. They the ones who build and create phones, internet, cars, planes, rocket ships. Again, corporations. They create and build all these things. They are the kings of America. And black man and black woman, you're not even the prince. You are a cupbearer. Because the people who coming over here, the Asian, the Arab, they're taking your spot as princes because they're coming over here and they're operating off the two systems that white people operate off, and that is capitalism and socialism. Black people do not use those two systems. Black people operate off those two systems, but it's not a pillar in their community like the other people. It's a branch on their tree. These are the main two trees in every other community. And this is how they obtain wealth, not to mention the stock market. That's the three things you can do to attain wealth in America. Get you an education, start a business, or invest in the stock market. And this is what they do. We invest in Gucci. We invest in a jeweler. We invest in Mercedes. We invest in getting our passports filled out. We invest in things to make us look good so we can stun on other black people because we know better than to play with those other people. We can't mess with them. Again, even the people that's coming here, look at the Asians. They're taking over corporate America and throwing the rope ladder down for their people. Look at the Middle Eastern. The Middle Eastern woman is overtaking the black woman, overtaking the black man in corporate America. And when they get to the top, they throwing a rope ladder down for their people and probably some white people. Only people can help us is us. And we have to come together, turn to God first and foremost. Right? But in situations like this, coming out just being stupid when you could just keep your mouth shut. And worst case scenario, you peeing on a young man's grave and just the Austin Bop and doing all of that. Man, we already got it hard enough, not because we're black, but because our reputation. And when you do that, you're arousing the king's fury. And that's to risk your life. And guess what? It's not going to affect just you. It's going to affect your children. Until we get ourselves together and course correct and get to, like I say, it might be a silver lining in all this. It might force us to go back to Black Wall Street, stuff like that. Because at this point, bro, we are persona non grata. And we have earned every single bit of that. It's not racism. And then you got people doubling down. Listen, man, it is what it is. Wasn't murder, wasn't self-defense. But he killed that young man, and he got to do some time, just like everybody else that kill people if they get caught. And I mean, that's pretty much all I got to say. I'm going to check out a few comments. Austin was a bully, same old, same old. But yeah, I guess I'll get out of here, man. I thank y'all. God bless you, Miss Beauty. I want you to ride with me, Miss Beauty. I'll make you a moderator. We're going to do this. Thug out, you feel me? But shout out to y'all, man, for coming and enjoying the show. It was a long show. And like I say, it's the conclusion. And just understand when you're doing stuff and how you reacting and who watching and how it affects you and the people that come behind you and the people who look like you. Because white people don't handle things like we handle. Let's catch a fade. Let's do this. Let's go. Now, some of them are coming on social media at this point, and, you know, but that's not how they operate. They operate systematically. That's how y'all want to play. Y'all want to make jokes and pick at a child that could have been our child. All right. Your boss every day that you think is just as friendly with you, he seen your posts. He see all your posts. And that's why you haven't got a promotion. That's why you laid off first. It's not because you're black, because your reputation and the reputation of people who look like you. I love y'all. I'll see y'all Wednesday with another live stream. I do live stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do BodyCam. So I have a BodyCam up tomorrow. I think we're on episode 28. And again, y'all have a good night. God bless y'all, and I'm out of here.
I could have been stopped doing this shit. Only reason I do this shit because the real niggas asked me to. A fake nigga couldn't relate to me. Top gunners, check me out. Only us, check me out. Strap her with a kilo, check me out. Put her on the bus, check me out. Stand up nigga, check me out. Always 100, check me out. You can bring the work back, check me out. If you don't want it, check me out. See, mama love me, that's my baby, but papa left me. Yeah, he left me. I put a bitch on timeout if she upset me. That's a fact. Fuck with me, you won't regret me. Still on the mind of every hoe trying to forget me. I get them dags across the border. Your man on trial, but you won't go get him a lawyer. You popping bottles, you getting fly, but you don't send commissary to niggas that